filming whatever genital parts he wants because no one has held him accountable. He's not in jail. He's not had to pay a fine, no restitution. He's able to rape other women, film them. And when I discovered this video, I discovered that he utilized up to 4 potential devices, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. I was filmed in secret. The camera sat silent, yet it screamed my safety was negotiable and my dignity disposable. All right, this is an image of Patrick Bryant and the co-owner of that property trying to lick his face. I think it says a lot about a man's character and what he was doing behind the scenes. This next image I'm going to show, and I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record, is the property where many women were filmed. This is the property where I found this hidden camera. Another device, at least one other device was used here to film women without their knowledge, without their permission, without their consent. This was on the Isle of Palms in South Carolina. On this one particular camera that I was filmed on and other women were filmed on, I found that there were at least 10,633 videos just on this one recording device. I'm going to request unanimous consent to enter this into the record. Now, I was given legal access to his device, by the way, on November 5th, 2023, which is where I started to find all these things. This is a screenshot that illustrates that in the hours and days after I was granted legal access to his phone, he used an app called Samsung Smart Switch Mobile to transfer files, videos, photos, images off of his device and onto another device. On the same day that I was given legal access to his phone, I found a second mobile device. It was the Tiramisu operating system. I have a screenshot of that. I forgot to print it off today. But I saw a second device hit our Wi-Fi. And then I see that there are files being transferred. Turns out, we believe there were terabytes and terabytes of videos and photos and images transferred off of this device and onto another. He would, weeks later, get a second mobile phone as well. All right. Patrick Bryant seemed to have certain fetishes of the women he cataloged. In the evidence I uncovered, there were some commonalities. So he like categorized it. He'd even have like a headshot of a woman. He'd have a headshot of a woman. I'll show you an example. He'd have a headshot of a woman, and then next to her headshot, like just from like her Facebook or Instagram or something, this is a woman in a glitzy dress. He'd have a picture of a woman, and they would have all these files saved next to the headshot, almost as if he didn't want to forget who that genital part belonged to. And so on this one particular camera that I was filmed on, I'm going to show you a series of photos of other women. I have blocked out the women's bodies to not identify them. This particular woman was changing, her arms were spread out, but you could see her upper torso and the bottom of her torso from the front as she was changing on this, quote, camera. He saved that one for years. This next image is similar to the one of me behind me. This is another woman I was unable to identify, and we're keeping her covered up, but she was fully nude in front of this camera. He saved this video of this woman naked walking around for years. One of the things that he would do in front of this hidden camera, this is him in the center of the shot, he would place women. One of the common things I saw in these videos, many videos, is he would put women in the middle of this area where this hidden camera was, and they would perform, there would be sexual acts that would be performed. These women did not know they were being filmed. I have spoken to at least 2 potential victims. One was definitely a victim because I saw the tapes, but I've spoken to at least 2 potential victims that saw this camera, and they asked him if they were being filmed, and Patrick Bryant said no. And so he would place women in the center field of the camera, and sexual acts would be performed. He would also place women on a certain piece of furniture Let me get one of the one before that. One before that I already showed. Like I said, I can do mine. I'll just show mine. On this couch back here, he would place women where I'm pointing my finger. He would place them facing out so they'd be toward the center of the camera, and that you would be able to see their bodies as they were engaged in sexual activity. And he would save these videos for years. He had a fetish with photographing women who were naked at the end of his bed. I covered up the woman from the top. You can see her legs spread here as she's walking out after activity in his bedroom. She has no idea that she's being filmed. This one was with his, I believe, his cell phone. And so he had a fetish with buttocks and of women, particularly at the end of his bed. I saw photo after photo of naked women at the end of his bed who didn't know they were being filmed or photographed. Here's another example where another woman, her shoulders here, I identified this victim. I was able to identify several victims. I don't know if she's been informed by law enforcement that she was also filmed and photographed naked. I don't know if she consented or not, but she's, again, there were photo after photo of women naked at the end of his bed. He had a habit of filming female employees or photographing them, and also the wife and or wives of male employees. This particular victim, it looks like she might be on a zip line. I also identified her. He had several images of her taken on an Olympus digital camera, and these are what I would describe as upskirt shots, and her genital area is exposed underneath. I was able to identify this victim based on a public post she had on Instagram, and so I've covered up what she's even wearing in this one. He kept these upskirt photos of this victim for almost 10 years, and he had several upskirt photos from this family vacation at Callaway Gardens almost a decade ago, June of 2015. Here's another one when she's completely spread eagle. And he took, again, this isn't just another example from this same woman on the same trip, that he took of her vaginal area, her genital area, as she's on some sort of, I don't know, looks like maybe a zip line or something, I'm not sure. And he kept this image for almost a decade. I was given permission to show this photo today from this victim. This is one of the rape victims that I discussed in my February 10th floor speech. As you can tell, she's on the couch and she's unconscious, passed out, blacked out. I think she was roofied. We don't know. We never will know. But as you can see, she's on the couch, dead. I would find multiple photos of this rape victim on the couch of a man named Eric Bowman who resides on Sullivan's Island, South Carolina. Her rape was premeditated. It was planned. It was filmed. And the tape of her being assaulted by the business partner of Patrick Bryant, John Osborne, this rape tape was saved for years. By the time I'd found the rape tape, it had been saved for over 5 years. This is sick. This is perverted. This is criminal. And these men walk free today in South Carolina. I can't unsee the sexual assault and the rape of this young woman in the tape that I accidentally uncovered. These men should be behind bars. These weren't accidents. These were premeditated. They were planned, they were filmed, they were stored, meticulously organized, categorized, cataloged, private hidden folder. For years, none of us knew. None of us had any knowledge that we were filmed or photographed. Some women didn't know they'd been raped. At least one did not know she'd been raped. I was the one that told her. I would learn after finding these images and speaking to potential victims over the last year and a half, Patrick Bryant allegedly raped at least 3 women. See, there's a line historically between criminals that are, if you're a peeping Tom, then you graduate to voyeurism, then you graduate to rape, and then you graduate to violence. There have been studies about that kind of behavior. At least 2 potential victims told me they once saw one of his cameras and he denied he was recording. Turns out he was. We face an enemy that records and apologizes never. When I spoke up, Patrick Bryant didn't apologize. He retaliated. In fact, Patrick Bryant has started the process of suing his victims, myself included. So I'm going to enter into the record a couple of documents. The first document I have redacted, the names on this document, is from the law firm Saxton and Stump, from one of Patrick Bryant's companies. And in this letter, 3 of his victims are named. He's suing, in the process of going to sue, one of his rape victims. He's in the process of suing another one. This is a communication I got from his attorney that I'm going to ask unanimous consent for both of these preservation letters to be entered into the record that I received the other day, because he's going to sue me for doing the right thing. So I say, bring it on, brother, because there is no defamation in the truth. And if you're going to be the kind of moron and monster that sues his own victims, may God help you. I'm also going to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the deed for the property where these women were filmed and who the owner is. I'm also going to request unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 short-term rental documents. One is a short-term rental license application dated back to 2017. And this predates, I believe, this camera. This is a known short-term rental where this camera was set up. This is the resort rental management agreement for this property where all these women were filmed. This document, I believe, goes back to 2018, May of 2018. As a short-term rental management company, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter that into the record. I'm also going to ask unanimous consent to enter this preservation letter into the record. I sent this to Patrick Bryant in November of 2023, saying that in state law in South Carolina, section 16-17-470, you are not allowed to record women in this way. And this is a preservation letter for him to preserve everything. Now, mind you, I know he got a new phone. I know he got a second device. I would be shocked if he still has his Android S22. Shocked if he still had it, but he got that letter early on. So let me be crystal clear. I won't be intimidated. I won't back down, not for myself, and absolutely not for any of the women he violated for years. Predators like Patrick Bryant don't ask permission, and neither should justice. A hidden camera does not erase liberty and doesn't deserve a slap on the wrist. Justice also doesn't crawl out of a plea deal. It arrives in a sentence that fits the crime and restores the victim. Justice shouldn't come in the form of real sentences, real fines, and real protection for victims. That's why I introduced the Sue Voyeurs Act, which creates a civil right of action for victims at the federal level. The Stop Voyeurs Act I also filed expands the narrow federal prohibition of video voyeurism. It's not against federal law to film women in this way, except for in certain maritime jurisdictions and tribal lands. As I mentioned earlier, South Carolina laws are a joke. They're very weak on this. Secret recordings thrive in the shadows. These bills drag them into broad daylight. Liberty is not theory. It's the right to undress in peace, to live unrecorded without being filmed while naked. Let's make sure the law reflects that truth. We need laws with teeth, we need survivors standing, and we need to leave predators with nowhere left to hide. So today, I choose daylight. I invite every member of this House to step into that light with me, to pass these bills and to prove that in the digital age, liberty still lives where Americans stand, as our forefathers promised. I encourage other potential victims to come forward. Potential victims may contact South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division lead investigator directly. Her name is Haley Nelson. Her email is hnelson@sled.sc.gov, hnelson@sled.sc.gov. My office has a tip line that remains active for those who believe they may have been recorded assaulted or otherwise victimized by Patrick Bryant and any of his business partners. That number is 843-212-7048. 843-212-7048. I would run through a brick wall to protect women and girls in South Carolina. And to other potential victims, I want you to know I have your back, and I yield back. I will now recognize the ranking member for her opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the strength of women who come forward to share their experiences with abuse and violations of privacy. Their stories remind us of the responsibility we all share to create a world where safety and dignity are never in question. No woman should ever feel unsafe, whether in public or private life. And I think that it is fair to say that we both agree that everyone has the right to be safe from prying eyes, electronic or real, in private places. When someone checks into a hotel or a short-term rental, they have a reasonable expectation that they will not be watched or recorded. It shocks me that we even need to have this conversation, but this is the world we live in. What's more, new technology has only made it easier for bad actors to abuse our trust. Cameras are smaller, cheaper, and harder to spot than ever. Although the largest companies in the industry have explicitly prohibited surveillance cameras inside of properties, too many bad actors have continuously been non-compliant. A CNN report found that Airbnb may have received as many as 35,000 complaints about cameras inside of rentals on their platform. This isn't just invasive, it's traumatizing. Having hidden cameras in private spaces is not about security. It's not about making sure guests don't throw outrageous parties on the property. Outside cameras would accomplish that. No. This is about invading someone's personal privacy. The lack of clear national standards allow platforms and hosts to operate under a patchwork of inconsistent rules, leaving consumers vulnerable. Women are often the primary targets of harassment and surveillance, and the ways technology can be employed to harass and surveil women extend beyond hidden cameras in hotel rooms. For example, the National Organization for Women recently released a report finding that a quarter of American women have experienced abuse online, including sexual harassment, cyber stalking, and other threats. Women of color reported experienced the highest rates of online abuse. However, all communities are not impacted by the surveillance in the same way. Black and brown communities are disproportionately surveilled by law enforcement using surveillance cameras. These systems frequently leverage racial recognition technology, which has shown significant error rates when analyzing individuals with black and brown skin tones. One study found that the error rate for facial recognition technology when used on light-skinned men was less than 1 in 100, while the error rate when used for darker-skinned women was nearly 35%. This discrepancy raises serious questions about the possibility that surveillance technology will be used to unfairly target minority communities. Cameras that misidentify people do not create law and order. They only put more people at risk. I appreciate the opportunity this hearing brings to discuss the ways that surveillance technology can be used to target women and other minority communities. I ask my Republican colleagues to join me in thinking about the ways that this technology should be regulated to stop its misuse. As lawmakers, we cannot stand by while surveillance technology evolves unchecked. With the rise of AI-driven monitoring tools, we must act decisively to close loopholes that allow consumer-facing platforms to profit at the expense of personal privacy. Let me be clear. Every American has a fundamental right to privacy, especially in personal spaces like bedrooms, bathrooms, and living areas. Renting a home, whether for a weekend or a month or walking down the street in your neighborhood, should never require sacrificing that right. Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, for raising these concerns about surveillance technology and women's safety and privacy. I look forward to today's conversation, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Our first witness today is Mr. Joseph LaSorsa, founder and president of LaSorsa and Associates. Our second witness is Ms. Laura Chadwick, president and chief executive officer of the Travel Technology Association. And our third witness today is Mr. Alan Butler, executive director and president of the Electronic Privacy Information Center. Welcome, everyone, and we're pleased to have you this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses, if you'll please stand and raise your right hands. Will you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth to help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you for being here today. You may be seated. And we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that is on and the members up here can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask you to please wrap up. I now recognize Mr. LaSorsa for his opening statement.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee and discuss a growing concern in our increasingly connected society, covert surveillance in private and temporary spaces. My name is Joseph LaSorsa. I spent the past 15 years in the field of personal protection, security consulting, technical surveillance countermeasures, and privacy protection, supporting both corporate and individual clients across the United States and abroad. I'm here to speak today about the ease in which covert surveillance can be conducted utilizing commercially available technology and how this capability threatens the expectation of privacy in short-term and temporary rentals such as Airbnbs, Verbos, and even hotel rooms. Technical surveillance is nothing new, first instances of which have occurred as far back as the Civil War when Abraham Lincoln's telegram lines were tapped. However, modern technology has become increasingly accessible, inexpensive, no longer in the domain of governments and corporate espionage. Small high-definition cameras and audio recorders can be purchased online for less than $100. These devices are mass-produced, often marketed as tools for legitimate purposes, such as for home security or child monitoring, but no verification of how or where they are utilized exists. This accessibility creates an environment in where an individual, regardless of intent, can obtain and deploy highly effective covert surveillance equipment with minimal effort or technical skill. As someone who routinely performs technical surveillance countermeasures inspections or bug sweeps of offices, residences, and short-term rentals, I can confirm that these hidden cameras, disguised as smoke detectors, alarm clocks, power adapters, everyday common devices, are found in places where individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy. Before me here on the counter, there are several devices such as carbon monoxide detectors, power adapters, and even a computer mouse, which is used for technical surveillance. Currently, U.S. laws regulating the manufacture, sale, and use of surveillance devices are outdated and insufficient. They presume lawful intent and typically do not restrict possession. In many states, the legality of surveillance is tied to consent, but that consent is often ambiguous in the context of short-term rentals where the renter is unaware of being monitored in common spaces. This legal loophole creates a fundamental misalignment between the letter of the law and the reasonable expectation of privacy. Homeowners would never be expected to tolerate surveillance within the privacy of their own homes. Similarly, individuals who temporarily rent a space, whether for a weekend stay or during travel, should be granted that same reasonable expectation of privacy. During such occupancy, that space effectively becomes their private residence. While some laws prohibit surveillance in inherently private areas such as bedrooms, bathrooms, and closets, the allowance of covert monitoring in so-called common areas like living rooms and kitchens, often without the renter's knowledge of consent, undermines personal dignity, autonomy, and legal protections. This issue is not hypothetical. Multiple documented cases have revealed hidden surveillance devices in private rental properties. To help restore and reinforce the public's trust in the use of temporary spaces, the following is recommended. Establish a federal privacy expectation standard for short-term rentals, mirroring the protections afforded to long-term tenants and hotel guests. Requiring full disclosure of any surveillance devices in any rented property, regardless of whether they are placed and whether or not they are covert, and require signed and informed consent from the renters. Ban the use of surveillance devices in bedrooms and bathrooms of any rental or temporary living space, including common areas where sleeping or personal activities may occur. clarify penalties for covert surveillance of any individuals in temporary dwellings without clear and voluntary consent. In conclusion, privacy is a foundational right, and its erosion in temporary living spaces threatens not only individual freedoms, but also the integrity of platforms and industries which depend on public trust. Efforts must be made to close the legal and technological gap which has allowed covert surveillance to flourish unchecked in short-term rentals. Thank you for the opportunity to share these insights. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Chadwick for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace. I am so sorry that you had this experience in your life. The stories that you have shared, and of yours and of the other women, are a nightmare. You are a survivor and you are brave, and I thank you as a woman for bringing this to light.
Thank you. I didn't come for this fight. I didn't want it, but here we are. I'm going to fight for women and girls like hell. I'm going to fight like hell for them all across the country. So thank you for being here today.
My name is Laura Chadwick, and I have served as President and CEO of the Travel Technology Association, known as Travel Tech, since October 2022. Travel Tech is the voice of the travel technology industry, advocating for public policies that promote transparency, competition, and consumer choice. For over 25 years, Travel Tech has advocated for these values. Our members include online travel agents, meta search engines, short-term rental platforms, travel management companies, and global distribution systems, as well as early-stage travel tech startups. Many of our consumer-facing marketplace platforms that connect travel service suppliers with would-be travelers online, facilitating information sharing and e-commerce. Suppliers such as hotels, airlines, and short-term rental owner-operators choose to provide their listings on our members' platforms. Millions of consumers visit these sites to easily research travel options, compare, and book their travel. It is on our members' platforms where travel service providers directly compete, which in turn helps keep travel affordable for everyday Americans. It is important to note that Travel Tech does not represent individual short-term rental owner-operators, travel agencies, or hotels. Travel Tech is the trade association for the leading travel platforms in the United States. Travel Tech's advocacy on behalf of its members focuses on platform-related issues, such as mandatory and ancillary fee transparency and industry competition. However, the purpose of my testimony today is to speak broadly about the policies that Travel Tech member companies facilitating short-term rental bookings have in place to help protect guests from surveillance in private spaces. I am not here to represent any one member, but to speak for the industry at large. I want to make it clear, as I said in my opening, that this is an issue that deeply resonates with me. I want to make it clear that secret recordings of any unsuspecting person in any private space is wrong. Individuals who engage in such conduct violate fundamental human rights wherever secret recordings occur, be it in a hotel locker room, retail establishment, medical setting, or even in an airplane restroom. As a woman and a mother, I am deeply concerned about this issue. Our member companies are likewise focused on these issues. Having policies in place to help protect guest safety and privacy is their highest priority. One of the many benefits of a short-term rental lodging is that the properties come in various configurations, offering consumers a wide range of choice to meet their needs and budget. Common configurations include a full house or apartment where all the space is considered private. Another popular configuration is a private room within a house or apartment with shared common space. For all of these configurations and others, our members have unequivocal policies to help protect guests in these private spaces. Surveillance devices are prohibited, full stop. This means for entire house or apartment rentals, no surveillance devices are allowed anywhere inside. in private rented rooms within a house or an apartment. This means no surveillance devices too. Further, no cameras are allowed outside that record guests inside, and our members also have policies for outdoor-facing surveillance devices like doorbell cameras, and they require that they be disclosed upfront to guests. Violations of these policies are infrequent, but when a guest does report an alleged hidden camera, our members take it extremely seriously. They encourage guests to report actions by short-term rental owner-operators that violate the platform's surveillance policies, and our members invest the guest report and address it accordingly. This can include removing the property from the platform. Our members provide resources to help guests report incidents to law enforcement and cooperate with police as they investigate. Chairwoman Mace, we look forward to working with you with the Stop Voyeurs Act. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing, and I look forward to answering your questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Butler for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, and to the members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about this critical issue of privacy threats posed by recording and monitoring in shared spaces. My name is Alan Butler, and I'm the Executive Director at the Electronic Privacy Information Center. EPIC is an independent, nonprofit research organization established in 1994 to secure the right to privacy in the digital age for all people. This hearing addresses a critical question that has been the central focus of modern privacy law since it was first developed more than a century ago. How can the law preserve our right to be let alone as technologies evolve and make surveillance easier and less expensive and harder to avoid? The stakes are high. And those of us working to protect against abuse and provide meaningful guardrails on these powerful technologies should work together to establish safety standards and defend privacy. Privacy law as we know it today was developed in response to the widespread adoption of camera technology at the turn of the 20th century. When Samuel Warren and Louis Brandeis published The Right to Privacy in 1890, they were concerned that the onset of these new recording devices would mean that what is whispered in the closet should be proclaimed from the housetops. The response was to establish the theoretical foundation for the individual right to privacy against such intrusions, and this right has been enshrined in laws and cases over the ensuing decades. The laws continue to evolve over the last century as technological developments have enabled new methods of surveillance and data collection, and policymakers have responded in kind when necessary by restricting the use of these technologies and enabling public oversight. For example, Congress passed the Wiretap Act in 1968 to regulate both government and private sector uses of telephone interception systems. We have witnessed a profound shift towards wide-scale surveillance in the 50 years since the Wiretap Act was passed. In 2002, EPIC launched a campaign called Observing Surveillance to document the widespread use of surveillance cameras in our nation's capital. And that trend has increased exponentially with the marketing of direct-to-consumer and direct-to-business camera products. It would be hard to lead a similar campaign today because cameras are omnipresent, smaller and harder to detect than ever. And now, even inexpensive cameras can capture detailed pictures at a distance. What's more, camera systems can now be integrated with facial recognition technology and other AI-based analytics and tracking capabilities. Many of the devices in our homes, offices, and community spaces now have built-in sensors that pose significant threats to privacy. Recording devices have become much smaller and more precise than ever, and software makes it possible to analyze and even clone our voices for malicious purposes. And even when microphones aren't present, we can still be exposed. Data about our precise location can reveal our movements, our social activities, our beliefs, and our health status. Location data is routinely generated by our cell phones and embedded sensors around us. The rapid expansion of cloud storage capacity has made storing thousands of hours of video, audio, and other sensor data trivial. So where in the past, a CCTV surveillance camera might have captured a relatively low-resolution image and stored it for a few days, now high-resolution images are stored for months or years. These developments have led to a significant loss of practical control over when and how images, recordings, and other information about our conversations and actions are being collected, and these capabilities have been used to malicious and abusive ends. It is unfortunately not surprising that those who seek to control, manipulate, and abuse others are ready and willing to use these technologies against their victims. It is important to raise awareness of these risks, but we should also demand that those who design these systems work to mitigate these harms. Thoughtful product design can help to prevent some of these harms, including by clearly indicating when a device is recording or by alerting a user that a tracking device is following them. But the law should also protect individuals against malicious users who could circumvent these protections. Today's laws do not adequately limit the collection, retention, and use of personal data collected by devices in public and shared spaces. The right to limit monitoring and tracking has been more limited in semi-public spaces than in private ones, and this is in part due to the interplay between privacy and speech rights, which limit our ability to penalize the dissemination of certain information. But substantial progress has been made in the last decade to combat the scourge of image-based sexual abuse and other related intimate privacy violations. Just this week, the Take It Down Act was signed into law, criminalizing the non-consensual distribution of intimate images at the federal level. The defense and preservation of privacy has always relied upon the intertwined efforts of lawmakers, technologists, advocates, and individuals. As new threats emerge, we have to work to adapt our standards to preserve privacy protections. And we find ourselves now in a period where the rapid expansion of pervasive computing has embedded tracking capabilities in our lived environment. This is a time for action to ensure that we as individuals do not fall victim to the eradication of privacy by the path of least resistance. We appreciate the opportunity to draw public attention to these issues and to assist the subcommittee in this inquiry. EPIC has focused in recent years on the need for strong data minimization standard to protect individuals against the risks of overcollection and authorized uses of their data. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony and for holding this hearing today. I truly hope that the efforts that you are putting forward not only bring justice to victims and yourself, but also protect women in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our witnesses who are here as well. Mr. Lasora, would you agree that most Americans expect privacy when they rent a home or stay at an Airbnb or in a hotel?
Yes.
And are cheap consumer-grade surveillance tools now small and advanced enough to avoid detection without specialized equipment?
Not only small enough to avoid detection, but they also just hide in plain sight. So like the devices you see here, people just don't think to look there.
I would like for you to explain some of the devices that you brought with you today, if you don't mind.
Sure. So cameras can be so small, and that if they're powered, that is, batteries can have to still be fairly large, but the cameras, if they're powered, can be very, very, very small. So they can be hidden in almost anything. So such as the picture up there, looks like it's almost mounted high like a smoke detector or something like that. That's very common, hidden in smoke detectors, exit signs, and other things. These devices here, this one's hidden in a carbon monoxide detector, several chargers, and a computer mouse. So those devices, people don't think to look there. So even if they had tools or anything else, they typically wouldn't look there, if that makes sense.
And are common bug detectors effective in finding these devices?
For commercially grade equipment, they are. However, it takes a little bit of skill to do it right. Almost everything nowadays has some type of transmission, some type of Bluetooth connectivity. So there's a lot of false positives. So if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, it's kind of a needle in a stack of needles nowadays with smart homes.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Chadwick, when your platform catches a host secretly recording guests, do you immediately ban that host and notify the guests who were spied on?
When that occurs, when the guest reports it to our member platforms, our members provide immediate assistance to the guest. Individual investigations are determined on a case-by-case basis. As Mr. Lasorsa just said, there are potential for false positives. And so, as I said, those
Have there been true positives, and have those hosts been banned? Or if there were to be one?
I am not able to speak to individual company policies or procedures or about particular incidences, but what I can tell you is that our members take these reports very seriously and immediately provide resources to guests to contact law enforcement.
So, I mean, I guess we're not going to get an answer if anyone has ever been banned, but let's say hypothetically, to not expose those who are on your platform, hypothetically, if it was a true positive and law enforcement were involved, would you ban that host?
I believe that is certainly an option.
It's an option, yes, but would you ban them from your platform if that were?
I mean, I can't speak to how each individual company would do it.
Okay.
But as I believe I said in my testimony, that does include banning from the platform.
Okay. Mr. Butler, are certain demographics, particularly women and girls, more likely to be targeted by covert surveillance in these environments?
I think that history certainly bears that out. I think that there is an inherent power dynamic in the use of some of these technologies, and you're definitely seeing certain populations targeted more than others, especially for intimate privacy violations and image-based sexual abuse.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. And one last question, Mr. LaSorsa. Do you believe that our current laws are effective enough to protect people from being secretly recorded in semi-private even areas? And if not, what suggestions would you make to strengthen that law and further enforce them?
To directly answer, no. The largest issue that I see is that there is a legitimate use for covert surveillance cameras. So say, for instance, we buy these to see how we can find them and everything else. One of the latest ones that I purchased was a exit sign Wi-Fi camera. However, that was marketed as a security camera for an office, which is a legitimate use. So that's the common issue that I see is there is a legitimate use. So how do you define, what somebody is actually going to do with it if they can legally purchase it? Further, most of the devices that we've actually found, the individual takes the claim that they didn't know it was illegal because they were able to purchase it due to that legitimate use. So that's what I would highly recommend is trying to clarify the intent and use cases of surveillance devices. But I don't see an easy pathway there considering the amount of legitimate use cases.
Thank you very much. I yield.
I will now recognize Mr. Subramaniam for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm very sorry about your experience, and I hope you are able to find justice.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'd love to hear from Mr. LaSorsa sort of what legislation already exists that has addressed this. You had some ideas in your testimony, and so I'd love to hear from you kind of what you think we can do in Congress to help address this.
Sure. So there are various laws which were written in the late 60s, 70s. The Title 18 U.S. Code, I believe it's Chapter 119, 2510, identifies what a covert device is. But again, it doesn't get into the intent behind it and the manufacture and sale of legitimate use cases versus illegitimate. So that being the case, as we are focused here on private spaces and temporary rentals, what I would recommend is establishing a federal standard for privacy. So most states, I can't speak to all states, obviously, there's a lot of them, but the most states have a expectation of privacy as a basis for their laws. That is let's say, the issue between state to state. So what is actually considered private? Is it, as Ms. Chadwick mentioned, the common spaces? That's different in a lot of states as far as if you can rent a room and the common spaces are shared between different people that can rent rooms, or is it the common space of a home like a kitchen or a living room? Is that technically a common space? So that federal standard, I think, should be worked towards establishing a federal standard for privacy.
How does one define a private area? Because if in a situation where someone's taking a victim to the living room, knowing that that might be a private area and they can surveil there, how do you kind of address that?
In my testimony here, what the simple way that I looked at it was, if you were in your home and you expected to not be surveilled by somebody else, I think that's kind of the limit there. So if you're in your home, if you're standing near an open window, there's not an expectation of privacy. If you're in a space in your home where they're legally allowed to be can't see you, and you have let's say there may be personal things that might occur there, I think that's what should define the line.
And then this is for anyone. How can someone protect themselves right now? You mentioned earlier there's devices, but it's very difficult to use them. Like, what can people do right now to protect themselves and ensure that whether or not they're being surveilled?
If I may start, I start with just advising people of the lack of protections and that they may be exposed to this. So for instance, just to put this in context, we do travel security risk assessments. So if I have a client traveling to, say, China, we don't tell them to look for the devices, we tell them to be aware that they are under surveillance. So the same practice almost exists if we're trying to inform people and protect people as they travel and rent Airbnbs, Verbos, etc. We say just act like you're under surveillance because you can't expect privacy in a lot of these places.
Would anyone else like to comment on that? Okay. I yield my remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this very important hearing. And again, like everyone else, I apologize for what you went through, and I too hope you get justice.
Thank you.
Mr. Lasora, you've spoken a lot about some of the privacy concerns with basic common technology that many Americans use in their homes, like Ring cameras, alarm clocks, smoke detectors, and how to detect breaches and abuses. In your experience conducting inspections and bug sweeps, what's something people would least expect that has become a huge privacy threat with some of those common technologies?
Mostly, I would say the audio that goes with it. So a lot of people seem to expect some type of video surveillance, like being seen through a window, for instance, but the audio part of that as well. A lot of these devices are audio capable, and a lot of the people that even use these devices are unaware of the excess legality of audio versus video. So for instance, where you're allowed to video doesn't necessarily mean that you're allowed to audio record, if I'm saying that right. So the audio, what you're saying being recorded, I think is a large surprise to a lot of people that they were recorded being what they said was recorded. If I'm explaining that correctly.
Are there any products that you can buy to actually put covers over those so that you're not being video recorded? Some of the products you have in front of you, I believe you have a power strip, a smoke detector, a mouse, a cell phone charger.
Right. Most of these, what we would recommend people to do is simply unplug them. I don't recommend that you damage or completely remove anybody's personal property from a rented property. However, these can simply be unplugged and covered with, I'm not sure if there's any tools to specifically cover them, but you can unplug it and put it in a closet or drawer somewhere or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. There have been over 35,000 reports to Airbnb on surveillance devices at rentals as of 2024, and we've seen terrible cases of abuse, such as a man in Michigan was caught filming women in a tanning salon in 2021 and posting that footage to an adult website. Earlier this year, a school security coordinator faced felony charges for installing a camera in a girl's locker room in Wisconsin. An exchange student in West Virginia was spied on in her personal bathroom for a disguised camera purchased from Amazon in 2023. Concerning some of these particularly egregious examples, how can people protect themselves against these privacy threats?
Mostly what we recommend is, again, being aware of the laws and how loose they are. So to be aware of, that the fact that you are likely under video surveillance in such areas, and then to be aware of any devices like you see here, and like, again, exit signs, smoke detectors, things like that, to be aware if they're different. So mostly if we see these devices installed somewhere, the overwhelming majority are in addition to what's already there. So for instance, a smoke detector camera. There's a legitimate smoke detector in the room, and there's an additional smoke detector, which is the actual camera. That's mostly what we see. So that gets you the majority of the way there in terms of being aware and looking for extra devices that perhaps are in duplicate and different.
We're talking a lot about Airbnbs today, but have you also encountered these at hotel chains and other places? Anybody?
Yes.
Would you say one is more predominant than the other?
In my experience, the Airbnbs, Verbos, those are, I would say, the majority of cases where we've looked, we've found something.
Do corporations that operate large hotels, do they have their own security teams that will go through just to make sure employees aren't installing some of this type of technology?
I'm not aware if they have a dedicated team to that, but in my experience, they are very concerned with it. Obviously, there's a large backlash if this does get out, so that is certainly a concern of theirs, yes.
Mr. Butler, you spoke specifically about how recording devices have become smaller and more precise, and cloud storage capacity makes it shockingly easy to store thousands of hours of video and audio footage. How does the lack of clear consent requirement make it easier for perpetrators to violate privacy without legal consequences?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think that it's a layered problem. I mean, the fact that you have in many of these instances, not all, in some of these instances you have the perpetrator involved, makes the consent question under current law more complicated because a lot of the current law we have is focused on the privacy of communications between parties, right? So if in many states you have one-party consent, which means that if two people are talking, that one person is not violating the law if they record that conversation. Now, in other states, you have two-party consent, which doesn't allow surreptitious recording of conversations unless both people consent. So that's one element of the problem of disentangling consent in these cases. And I think another, as Mr. Lazorsa mentioned, is the lack of clarity in, especially in common law and tort claims around defining those expectations, especially in spaces that are not specifically the home of the victim. And that's something that I think that really statutory law has to step in to fix.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Lasorsa, can you show us some of those hidden camera devices that you brought with you today? Can you just show them?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a Wi-Fi camera with audio as well, as we spoke about with Mr. Crane. So this has a microphone and camera in it, so you can place this.
You have a mouse, too?
Yeah, computer mouse. That one's actually a cell phone inside of it. So this is actually an audio recorder that you would simply call it.
And you got a little black thing you plug into the wall?
You do,
like
yes,
a
and that way it's
charger?
permanently powered. So, this one. This one is a typical cell phone charger, but it has a Wi-Fi camera in it.
And the last one, the big white one?
It's a power strip with a camera and audio recorder in it.
Would you mind bringing me that up here physically?
This one here?
Yep, the white one, the big one with the outlet plug? The outlet plug, yeah. I want to take a look at it. That is, this is very interesting. I'm shaking a little bit. I recognize a device almost identical to this that I believe Patrick Bryant, or the owner of this property, there was a device that was just like this. This is big and bulky outlet plug, and I'm just realizing it for the first time. It was plugged in over on the wall over here in the center of the room. In the center of the room is where he often would record women having with sexual activity in the middle of this camera. It was within feet. I'm going to take a picture of this if you don't mind. I'm going to send it to our state law enforcement division because it looks really familiar. It's probably gone now, probably in the bottom of the ocean. In your opinion, you all here today, if there are properties like this, and if someone's caught filming women naked, should they be kicked off of short-term rental sites? Mr. Lasorsa?
Absolutely.
Ms. Chadwick?
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely.
Mr. Butler?
Yes, absolutely.
I have no idea if this property where all these women were filmed, if it's still on any of these short-term rental sites. If it's not, I hope by the end of day today that it is taken down. These men, these owners who knew that there was a camera, knew women were being filmed, could have unplugged it and did not. And these women were filmed for years at this property, and they did it with impunity. Okay, so in terms of, now that I've lived through this experience, I travel with a little device I got on Amazon. So when I'm at an Airbnb or VRBO or a hotel room, it has this little antenna I can pull out and try to find devices. It feels pretty accurate. Are there any particular products that you all recommend when people are traveling, or were there somewhere where there could be a hidden camera that they should use to make sure that they sweep the room on their own, to make sure there are no devices recording them? Mr. Lasorsa?
We actually teach and recommend that as well. So there are several devices. What you're speaking
Is there
to.
anyone that you particularly recommend that's particularly good?
Not particularly, no. No, they're all about the same, honestly.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Chadwick?
I'm not familiar with such devices.
Mr. Butler?
Same, I don't have anything specific.
You can get them on Amazon, pretty cheap, and I've used them, and they'll find chips in places pretty consistently. Is it true that someone could hide a surveillance device today that is no longer bigger than a pen cap? The average person would have no idea they're being watched. And Mr. Lasorsa, I want to thank you for bringing those devices today. It's really shocking, and I'm literally physically shaking over this device. I recognize this. I recognize something almost identical to this. That was in that property as well. So maybe there were up to 5 recording devices. Platforms claim they ban unauthorized surveillance, but how do we enforce this, Ms. Chadwick? How do we enforce surveillance in short-term rentals?
Indeed, we have policies that ban them in any private space. Our members have policies that are, as I said, for every private space. And we also believe, as you, in your proposed legislation, that we should raise the consequences for such behavior with the hopes of deterring any such behavior.
Can owners of properties where they have private cameras, like in this one, can they get back on to these apps, these short-term rental sites, once they remove the camera? Is there an appeal process?
I cannot speak about our
Okay.
members' particular policies and how they evaluate situations on a case-by-case basis.
Gotcha. Okay, I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. My 5 minutes is up. And in brief, Mr. Subramaniam, I want to say thank you for sticking around with us today. This is, when there are cameras recording people without their knowledge, without their permission, without their consent, particularly when they're fully unclothed, undressed, doing private things, it's not just about a little chip, a little camera, a little video, a little device. It's life-changing. The women that I have talked to and identified who are victims of this man and men, they're never going to be the same, ever. And they still don't have justice. In the state of South Carolina, our laws are $500 for a misdemeanor for this. I'm an elected official. I was elected when I was filmed here. What the hell was he doing or going to do? Was it for blackmail? Was it to intimidate me? Was it to hold it over my head, to do something? I have no idea what he was going to do with these. I do know he also had access to the dark web based on one of the apps that he had on his devices. I don't know if these videos were sold online on the dark web. I don't know if they were showed to friends. I don't know if they were sent around at cocktail parties with his business partners. I have no idea who's seen this. But what I do know in this particular video and videos of other women, that one of me was saved for over 3 years. I had no effing idea. I have evidence today. I have upskirt shots of the wife of a male employee and her genital area that he took from beneath her. He saved those images for almost 10 years. He categorized these videos, these photos, these images based on who the woman was, her headshot, and then all of her body parts and genital area photos and videos he had, he then put them next to her headshot. He had certain fetishes. He liked to photograph and video the buttocks. He loved the upskirt shots. He loved putting women in the middle of this hidden camera. I saw video after video after video, years old, before my time, before I ever knew this person, of women engaged in sexual activity with him in the center of this camera. And he'd put them on the couch behind me in that image in a certain position so they would be more centered toward the camera, and you could see the woman's full naked body in full view as they were engaged in sexual activity. There's no way these women knew. And in fact, I have witnesses and I have potential victims who saw the camera, this one above the refrigerator, and asked him if they were being filmed, and he said no. I also have potential rape victims, allegedly 3. And I have a witness to some of these activities. This man is a rapist. He's a voyeur. He's a peeping Tom. He deserves to be in jail. He deserves everything that's coming to him. And I'm going to ensure that his victims, every single victim in South Carolina, that they get their justice. And that we have legislation at the federal and the state level that protects victims. I didn't get a victim's rights advocate for 11 months. One of the rape victims didn't get her victim's rights advocate for 6 months. And if I could have that one photo on the couch. Victims have rights. You can't publish their name. You can't intimidate them. The witness intimidation, the obstruction of justice that I've seen in this investigation is incredible. And I'm documenting all of it. These women deserve better. It's more than a misdemeanor. It should be more than a year in jail. It should be more than a $500 fine. These women's lives have been changed forever. There are some victims who are too afraid to come forward. And I'm going to be their voice. For the women who have come forward, I want to say your bravery and your courage is immeasurable. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for the women behind me, for the women who will continue to be abused and be victims of a monster. This can never happen again. And I will not allow it on my watch. And I will work day in and day out, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, to ensure these men can never harm another woman again, with federal legislation and state legislation as well. And come hell or high water, these women will get what they deserve, and I will always have their back. And with that, I conclude this hearing today. And with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. So if there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
This showdown today at the Supreme Court, where the Trump administration is trying to reverse a string of losses in a long shot bid to basically rewrite the Constitution. You can see the outside of the court today. Some people gathered. The lawyers arguing for the Trump administration were confronted with their lower court losses. Judges have blocked Trump's now futile order that claimed he could somehow cancel the citizen protections that are in the U.S. Constitution. So, this lawyer was pressed on why, on behalf of the Trump DOJ, they would even try to go and bring this case. In other words, the Supreme Court judges were asking, why should we even take what has been this losing case as an appeal? Here is exactly how Justice Kagan crisply put it in her questioning.
You're losing a bunch of cases. Why would you ever take this case to us?
You're losing. Why take it to us? That's a Supreme Court justice today referring to how the Trump immigration appeal has been a losing case for Trump, and it is not even close. Some stories are complicated. This one is simple. This is because the Constitution already very clearly states that people born here are citizens. All persons born or naturalized in the U.S. are citizens, period. This has actually been a point of pride that the United States has defined citizenship this way, uniformly. In other words, not by religion. We're not saying you're born here and you're a citizen unless you believe in this or that. No, you're born here, you're a citizen. The language is clear, so it's not even close when it comes to what lawyers call interpretation, because sometimes there are valid disagreements within the branches of government about what something means. Sometimes it's Congress versus the White House, or how an agency, which is part of the White House oversight system of the executive branch, how do they interpret a bill versus the lawmakers who wrote the bill? But this isn't that. Everyone knows the Constitution beats a president's executive order. And that's not a new or partisan point. If that were not the case, every president could theoretically cancel the parts of the Constitution that they don't like with a pen. So it's not even close that the Constitution's definition of citizenship beats a president trying to disagree with it. And by the way, that's not ideological. If you imagined a very liberal president who wanted to rewrite the Constitution to allow perhaps easier or more citizenship, they couldn't do it by executive order. And so it is with the reverse. Donald Trump trying, whether it's a matter of messaging or law, trying to cancel out and narrow citizenship in the Constitution with executive order isn't allowed. Not even close. That's the baseline for Justice Kagan's questioning today, which was so grounded in objective, kind of non-debatable legal history that one of her colleagues, Trump appointee Neil Gorsuch, said admiringly, basically as a positive from the bench, that Kagan asked better questions than he could have. So here is more of her exchange today with the Trump DOJ lawyer.
You're losing a bunch of cases, this guy over here, this woman over here, they'll have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us? In a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else who's going to appeal, they're winning, it's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case. This is not a hypothetical. This is happening out there, right? Every court has ruled against you.
Every court's ruled against you. You're clearly losing. Why even take it to the Supreme Court for what she is implying? We don't have a ruling yet, but will be a very clear, more prominent total loss. It's clearly a long shot bid from the Trump administration. That's why the order's already been blocked everywhere. It is not running anything. It's powerless right now because 4 judges ruled against Trump, doing what I explained is not even close, trying to rewrite the Constitution by executive order to cancel out people's rights. This is a point that the immigrants lawyer emphasized because it goes in their favor how judges have already found this Trump order blatantly unlawful. So it was all pretty much dead on arrival legally, not close as a matter of how executive orders work or how citizenship law is handled. So any honest court process would land here, not break from it. And I can report that tonight, now that we've heard the arguments, the Trump appointees seem to join the whole court's skepticism today. That's clear in the questions. It's clear from a lot of the headlines and summaries from various experts. That includes Gorsuch, as we mentioned, and other justices who noted that this Trump long shot bid was already found to be unlawful, unconstitutional in the lower courts. So all of that is bad news for the Trump effort. Whether they have some other strategy that's been discussed to clog or overload the courts, overload the system, try to kind of make everyone feel frazzled. There's a lot of different ways that you can look at a clear loser and say there must be some other reason. Sometimes there are, other times there aren't. Other times people just make bad or incompetent legal decisions. But another thing happened here that also cut against some of the Trump efforts. Justice Barrett, a Trump appointee, took the example of today's oral arguments, where the Trump folks are on shaky ground, to also ask about Trump's DOJ suggesting the radical, lawless idea that they could sometimes ignore court precedent.
Justice Kagan asked my questions better than I could have.
These district judges are not just doing universal injunctions, they're finding these actions illegal because they're exceeding existing authority.
Did I understand you correctly to tell Justice Kagan that the government wanted to reserve its right to maybe not follow a Second Circuit precedent, say, in New York, because you might disagree with the opinion?
Those are tough questions. They're always phrased in the sort of dry, respectful manner of the Supreme Court. And as a reminder, Trump lost big 7-2, losing the Trump appointees as well in that emergency order. But if you're not a total Supreme Court nerd, you might not keep track of how they do the hearings. That type of order, because it was on an emergency basis, didn't have one of these big oral arguments that are such a big deal and everyone goes to court and we cover it, right? And so that's relevant today because what we're seeing is some of the possibly pent up negative questions and arguments from the Supreme Court to the Trump team that didn't have a real avenue there. I mean, they did rule against him 7-2 and said they got to facilitate the return of that detainee. And I'll mention a bit more about that in a second. But big picture, this is the chance for these justices to ask these questions. And they clearly have on their mind not only what is this, quote, losing executive order case, as they've been discussing, but the wider thing that's going on here. So let me turn to that right now with you. Put it very simple. In a healthy, valid constitutional democracy, politicians do not try to break the law. They don't tend to publicly flout schemes to do that or ignore some court orders. And while America has a very up and down history on a lot of issues, most of the time in the modern era, that hasn't happened. You'd have to go back to Richard Nixon to find a president who blatantly talked about it. And remember, he ultimately left office under a cloud for it. In Trump's first term, there were many extreme activities. I bet you remember them. But if you want to be fair about history, during the first term, until we got to the post-election coup era, they generally said they would also follow orders. So we're actually living through something that is distinctly different right now and legally worse. In this second Trump term, the plots about maybe ignoring or flouting court orders are pushed out in the open. We've had multiple officials working for Donald Trump talking that talk, saying maybe they'll ignore some court orders or implying that's a power they might have. They don't have that power. It's a sort of a bad cop, lawless cop approach where they say that stuff while President Trump, who remains quite mindful of PR, will try to exploit that lawless mode. Maybe use it to see if he can shake down or intimidate various officials in courts. But then, in his words, he will claim he will still follow the law. He's repeated that even amidst these clashes where his aides say the opposite. So they've been doing that two-step. Today's case is about citizenship rights. The judge is blocking Trump's effort. But there is also the wider, ongoing immigration powers that Trump is trying to use to seize broader powers. He's leading an administration that has shown it will take any potential loophole to duck an order, as they did with that broadly worded Supreme Court ruling to facilitate the return of the mistakenly deported resident, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And that case is being litigated separately. So that's its own lane. It has to do with whether they can seize war powers. The Supreme Court said they can't, and whether they will ultimately facilitate his return, which they haven't yet. The wider theme, though, that I want you to keep in mind with the Supreme Court today is Trump officials testing those powers and using immigration as the arena that they want to see how far they can go. It's an incendiary approach, and it was a theme today with Trump appointee Barrett. This is kind of interesting, pressing Trump's top lawyer at the Supreme Court about this longstanding duty to follow court orders and precedents. Now, that particular lawyer actually got this job after making those sweeping claims that presidents could be possibly immune from ordering murders, assassination of American opponents. This was the SEAL Team 6 scenario. That's an expansive claim where Trump's team is not only trying to move the goalposts, as the cliche goes, they're trying to convert the whole stadium into their lawless Trump enterprise if they can get away with it. So today, that kind of approach, however lawless, was discussed in open court. Now, the lawyer's using pretty kind of arcane, but I think sneaky language to say that while they know the law is follow orders, there are, now the Trump lawyer says, quote, circumstances where it's not categorical, meaning in Trump's DOJ, maybe they don't follow the orders.
Our general practice is to respect those precedents, but there are circumstances when it is not a categorical practice. It is, and that is not
This administration's practice or the longstanding practice of the federal government?
As I understand it, longstanding
Really?
policy of the Department of Justice. Yes, that we generally, as it was phrased to me, generally respect circuit precedent, but not necessarily in every case.
No, that is false. When you go work at a long-standing traditional DOJ, let's say one before the Trump era, you don't get some handbook that says, yeah, we follow the precedents a lot of the time, but not always. And as you can imagine, as anyone knows from any rule in any job or workplace in history, if somebody has the power to make exceptions, then they'll make exceptions, and they might do it in their self-interest. They might do it in ways that are hurtful or dangerous, but the exceptions swallow the rule. That's another cliche. Now, when the rule of law falters, it doesn't always combust. It can, like the outgoing president welcoming clear violence to overthrow his loss and then pardoning those convicted seditionists. That's the red line that Trump crossed on day one of this second term. It was a combustible event. Other times, the decline of the rule of law can come through this type of jargon. A smart lawyer, like Trump's Solicitor General, trying to slowly, incrementally normalize what you just heard, which is not okay. That you can violate some court orders. And notice he chose to give that answer right to the Supreme Court's face today. So take it together, and these arguments were important for the big moments, as well as the arcane ones. The big moment, and what you'll probably see in a lot of the coverage in the headlines, is a court which does seem today to have put any Trump partisanship aside and come together on basic law, which is a sign that part of the system may be working. I also got to tell you, it's a low bar. It's lower than maybe even the screen, because of course presidents don't have the power to cancel the Constitution with executive orders. As Justice Kagan said, why even ask the Supreme Court to deal you a loss on that point? But today we also heard one of the most controversial Trump lawyers of this whole Trump era, call him respectfully Mr. SEAL Team 6, because that was the hypothetical he answered. And we heard him cross a new line by telling the justices to their face that the Trump administration does want to seize power to ignore some court orders. That will be, he admits, their policy. So even as the court pushes back, buckle up for them saying out loud in court what they want to do. Emily, your view of what we heard from the Supreme Court today, and specifically what sounded like some justices using today's arguments to also surface broader issues like, are we going to remain a democracy in the second term?
Yeah, it was an opportunity, as you're saying, for the justices to probe these questions about whether the government plans to obey court orders and to just behave in the regular manner in which the Justice Department and past administrations have behaved, which is to assume that judges want to hear that they're going to be listened to and that the government cares about what they say and what they order. That's how it goes in court. Judges run the show, the lawyers show up, and they try to seem extremely interested in the opinions of the justices. And normally they say, absolutely, we obey court orders. That's what we're here for. So any deviation from that rule is startling. And I think that the Supreme Court, especially in light of the decision last summer that granted presidents, including, of course, President Trump, broad immunity from any kind of criminal liability, this same court is trying to probe whether the government is essentially changed and whether the court can kind of trust the good faith actions and words and compliance of the government with court orders going forward.
Right. And there are many cases, but on the immigration area, the test they've had thus far is they cannot trust them to operate in good faith. There has been no factual or objective good faith effort to return the mistakenly deported detainee, which was a 7-2 Supreme Court order. Now, there may be times where the word facilitate is loaded with more ambiguity. For example, if you said, let's facilitate the rehiring of 10,000 people to USAID, and you rehire some but not all, lawyers and normal people could debate that, right? Here you got one person, he's stuck over there, and you got Trump officials admitting we're not trying to get him back. And so I think that goes to this context, and Professor, I want to bring you in, but also play another Trump appointee, Kavanaugh, also pressing down on compliance. This, again, to remind viewers, because we got more than one thing going on, this is back to the citizenship order that's been blocked, and Kavanaugh wanted to make sure you are following that this is blocked, right? Take a listen.
How this is going to work. What do hospitals do with a newborn?
The federal officials will have to figure that out.
How?
So you could imagine a number of ways that the federal officials could. Such as? We don't know because the agencies were never given the opportunity to formulate the guidance. They would have 30
They're only
days.
going to have 30 days to do this. You think they can get it together in time?
this is discussing basically what would happen if they went and did this. Well, they're not doing it now because it's been blocked. Professor, given, again, your background in studying democracy issues in general, plus we have all of these immigration powers that the administration is trying to seize, your thoughts tonight?
What we're seeing, what we've seen since the beginning of this administration, is an administration that doesn't believe in the rule of law. Not one that is simply authoritarian, but one that is systematically violating the law until it gets stopped. And that's not how the rule of law works. I mean, Americans should reflect on why we're one of the richest, most peaceful, most stable democracies in modern world history. It's not because of the air that we breathe, not because of the water, not because of something in the American character. It's our institutions. It's the strength of our institutions, the strength of our rule of law. And that means that there are a set of laws, and everybody, every citizen, every business person, every politician, no matter how powerful, obeys the law. And when told to stop, stops. Now, we may disagree with laws. We may try to change them. There may be occasionally differences of interpretation. But the idea that you have a choice, that you could either obey the law, or if you don't want to, you don't obey the law, and you push it until you're stopped, that's lawlessness. And that's the kind of thing that breaks the rule of law. That breaks institutions.
I'll let you finish, but that's gangster, right? That's how gangsters operate on a day-to-day basis. They know there's laws. They follow some of them.
How most,
but if they, yeah, well, hold on. I'll jump in and then you go. It'll be like your class. I'll go right back to you. But I just want to be clear about this in plain English. Gangsters follow some laws some of the time. They're not breaking every law all day. But the reason why they have more power in life is people know that they will resort to violence, that they don't view the legal limit on that as pertaining to them. And so societies that end up with gangsters in charge become very dangerous, not just for people who are against the gangsters, but eventually, and I'm sure you can educate us on this, for a heck of a lot of other people within those borders. And so I'm curious to let you finish your point, what it means if we have that lawless mentality now by not only the people in charge at the top, but lawyers and DOJ trying to normalize it.
Yeah, I don't even remember my point, but I think you said it better than I did, Ari. The point is when governments decide that it's a choice, that they can decide whether they're going to obey the law or not, you can very quickly weaken institutions. And it is a lot harder, and I study Latin America for a living. It is a lot harder to break institutions, to weaken institutions, than to build strong ones.
Well, no one is capable of humiliating Donald Trump as perfectly as Donald Trump humiliates Donald Trump. And Donald Trump did that again today. But he wasn't the only one. Donald Trump was also humiliated once again today in the Oval Office by the top elected official of another country, in this case, Canada. And we've seen a steady stream of that sort of humiliation of Donald Trump in the Oval Office this year, beginning with the president of France. The Canadian Prime Minister both humbled and humiliated Donald Trump at the same time, without Donald Trump having the slightest idea it was happening, because Donald Trump is a 78-year-old man, clearly off his game, is the polite way of putting it, and maybe in significant neurological decline and physical exhaustion at this point. When you watch Donald Trump on video and Sunday's Meet the Press saying, "I don't know," to Kristen Welker's very simple question, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? You were watching what appears to be an exhausted hulk of a man with his inexplicable confection of hair slightly out of place for the very first time. and some perspiration beginning to shine through his makeup, who just right there on TV gave up. He just gave up in the middle of that interview, saying, I don't know. When is the last time you heard Donald Trump say, I don't know? That is one thing that the fast-talking salesman never says. Even when he doesn't know, which is most of the time. Donald Trump is the most ignorant person in American history to ever be asked questions about politics or government. And the true answer to more than 90% of those questions would always be, I don't know. But Donald Trump can never admit that. So he throws collections of words at questions that have no relationship to the question just to avoid saying, I don't know. That's the thing he really doesn't want to say. But on Sunday, with his big frame curled into a weary ball on the edge of his chair, Donald Trump gave up and just said, I don't know. He was, in effect, admitting that he doesn't remember the words of his oath of office in which he solemnly swore to defend the Constitution of the United States. Imagine how beaten down he had to be on the 104th day of his second presidency to humiliate himself by saying, I don't know. There's a lot more at stake for the country in Donald Trump's ignorance expressed in the answer to that question, of course. But the I don't know was another way of Donald Trump saying, I give up. I just can't sling this stuff anymore. Donald Trump is tonight a total loser based on his own measure of winning. It has been a long time since Donald Trump promised his followers that they would get tired of winning. He hasn't told them that this year, not this tariff year, not this trade war year. Instead, he's told them how many pencils they can buy or how many dolls they can buy for Christmas. But he has not told anyone that they're going to get tired of winning. Donald Trump made the country a promise. It was a promise that the country did not ask for. And it has become, as they say in soccer, an own goal for Donald Trump. Donald Trump promised 90 deals in 90 days after he crashed the stock market by starting a worldwide trade war, which Donald Trump is very much losing, according to his own standard. Donald Trump promised 90 deals in 90 days, 25 days ago.
So we're going to run 90 deals in 90 days is possible. The boss is going to be the chief negotiator.
The boss is going to be the chief negotiator. Wow, that's great. So that's the first time in history that the president of the United States would be the chief negotiator of any trade deal. And as of tonight, the chief negotiator, Donald Trump, is showing the world what the art of no deals looks like. Donald Trump has exactly 0 deals in 25 days.
I have a deal. Done. But I need to wait for their prime minister and their parliament to give its approval, which I expect shortly. Well, I'm not going to tell you what country.
He was lying, of course, and I told you that night that he said that the most incompetent Commerce Secretary in history had no deal. None. That was 7 days ago. And Howard Lutnick has not dared to say that again, has not dared to say again that he has that deal, because he has no deal. Donald Trump has not negotiated a single deal, which means in his own terms, he is the loser in every one of the 25 deals he is supposed to have negotiated as of tonight. He has lost 25 times because he has gotten absolutely nothing in those 25 days. But that hasn't prevented Donald Trump from lying about it. Here's Donald Trump 2 weeks ago in an interview with Time magazine. Question: there's 0 deals so far. Why is that, Trump? No, there's many deals. Question: where are they? When are they going to be announced? Trump: you have to understand, I'm dealing with all the companies, very friendly countries. We're meeting with China. We're doing fine with everybody, but ultimately, I've made all the deals. That was a lie. 0 deals. The art of no deals is to simply lie about mythical deals. Someone must have told the Treasury Secretary that it is against the law to lie to Congress, because this is what Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary told a House committee today.
China, we have not engaged in negotiations with as of yet.
Donald Trump said 2 weeks ago that Donald Trump, was meeting with China. We're meeting with China. Those were his exact words. The Treasury Secretary today said, no, that's not true at all. Not one word has been spoken to China. None of us are meeting with China. The president wasn't telling the truth. That's what the Treasury Secretary told Congress. So there's Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary humiliating Donald Trump today and knowing he can get away with it because he has seen Donald Trump up close this year. And he probably knows that the Donald Trump who is now mired in the 25th day of the art of no deals is not spending his day watching the Treasury Secretary testify about Donald Trump to a House committee. No. Donald Trump spent some of his day with the electorally victorious new Prime Minister of Canada, who won an election that was fueled by Canadian voter intense opposition, is the kindest word to put on it, opposition to Donald Trump. The very first president of the United States to actually offer himself as a candidate for Canadians to vote for on Election Day in a social media burst of Trumpian constitutional dementia. You're about to see the video of Donald Trump achieving the art of no deals once again today in his utterly demented attempt, this time on TV, to make Canada the 51st state. What you are about to see is the President of the United States, who sounds like he is out of his mind, sitting beside a real head of state who obviously, though he must have expected it, still can't really believe what he's hearing in the Oval Office. And you will watch how the Canadian Prime Minister says absolutely no to Donald Trump to his face, with Donald Trump far too exhausted at this point to try to interrupt the way he did when Ukraine's President Zelensky was sitting beside him in the Oval Office. Things have gone very badly for Donald Trump every day since President Zelensky was in the Oval Office. And Donald Trump had no fight in him today when the very polite Canadian beside him talked rings around Donald Trump like a ringmaster in a circus with a trained animal, threw in some magic words that sounded flattering enough to Donald Trump so that Donald Trump actually, and you'll see this, ends up nodding and agreeing with the man who is humiliating him and defeating him right there in the room on TV. The first thing you will hear Donald Trump say after the Canadian Prime Minister has humiliated him is, "That's true." That's what Trump says. No president has ever lost more in one conversation in the Oval Office than Donald Trump lost in these 90 seconds.
I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said, that's the way it was meant to be. But, you know, I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway, because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may,
as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO.
Kind of sad. The old guy slumped forward in his bad posture, the Canadian sitting up.
बचपन से मुझे इन्हीं की तरह एक सुपर हीरो बनना था। But now I believe वर्ल्ड को ऐसे रियल सुपर हीरोज की ज्यादा जरूरत है।
डॉक्टर बनने का हो पैशन तो वीएमसी मेडिकल को बनाओ अपना डेस्टिनेशन। अ पर्सनलाइज्ड रिजल्ट ड्रिवन मेडिकल एंट्रेंस प्रोग्राम, वीएमसी मेडिकल फॉर द डॉक्टर्स ऑफ टुमारो।
The Canadian talking rings around him, Prime Minister Mark Carney, you can see thinking of mind racing while Donald Trump's saying these insane things. And then finally, when the Prime Minister gets his shot, could not be more calm. And Donald Trump doesn't even understand what's happening on the Canadian side of that conversation. The other deal Donald Trump failed to make right there in that room on TV was a trade deal with Canada, which Donald Trump has been promising all year. Now, to make a new trade deal with Canada, Donald Trump will have to legally amend through a vote in Congress the trade deal that he already has with Canada, that his administration negotiated in the first Trump presidency. That was the rewrite of the North American Free Trade Agreement, which Donald Trump signed into law in 2018. That agreement, which Donald Trump signed into law, makes it legally impossible for Donald Trump to reach a trade agreement with Canada without also reaching a trade agreement with Mexico at the same time.
Are you optimistic? Can we make a deal with Canada?
I think it's really complex. I think this is really complex because they have been basically feeding off of us for decades upon decades upon decades, right?
Wrong. But what could possibly be the problem? The boss is in the room with the boss of Canada. Why couldn't the boss make a deal today? The Lutniks in the Trump administration never said it's very complex. When they promised 90 deals in 90 days, Donald Trump is now refusing to do joint press conferences, the standard thing with visiting heads of state, because he does seem to have figured out exactly how much humiliation would be heaped upon him in such a press conference. Prime Minister Mark Carney had a few things to say, though, after teaching Donald Trump a few lessons in the Oval Office.
I was watching your face through the meeting in the Oval Office, and I wondered what was going through your mind when the president talked about erasing the artificial border and how he criticized your predecessor and Madam Freeland.
Thank you for your question. I'm glad that you couldn't tell what was going through my mind as that was going through. With respect to the first point, the president has made known his wish about that issue for some time. I've been careful always to distinguish between wish and reality. I was clear there in the Oval Office, as I've been clear throughout on behalf of Canadians, that this is never going to happen. Canada is not for sale. It never will be for sale. Some things, as I said in the room, some things are never for sale, and he agreed with that. I distinguish between the two.
Have you asked the president to stop calling Canada the 51st state?
Yes.
When did you ask him?
Today.
What was his answer?
Well, we'll look. I don't know. He's the president. He's his own person. I would go back to showing the difference between a wish and a reality. We're very clear. I've been very clear publicly, consistently. I've been very clear in private. I was clear again in the Oval Office. Would be clear throughout. The president. He understands that we're having a negotiation between sovereign nations, and that we will only pursue and accept a deal that's in the best interests of Canada, not just in the short term, but in the medium and long term for Canada.
Which country do you think is prouder today of their highest ranking elected official? Canada or the United States? That view you just saw, by the way, is the view from the Canadian Embassy, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, embassy buildings in Washington. And it is the closest embassy to the capital of the United States, a deliberate choice by Canada and the United States to show how close these two governments are supposed to be and always have been, until Donald Trump insanely decided to cause trouble with the strongest ally the United States of America has ever had. Donald Trump always lied about tariffs during the presidential campaign. He always told the lie that China would pay the Trump tariffs. Other countries would pay the Trump tariffs. Now Donald Trump is telling Americans that tariffs will make them unable to afford the number of toys they might want to buy for their children for Christmas because we pay the tariffs. Donald Trump's teaching everyone that. Donald Trump is telling his followers that they won't be able to afford the number of pencils they might want to buy. That's how much they're going to have to pay for the Trump tariffs. Donald Trump has now made it very clear who pays the Trump tariffs. He's actually made it clearer than anyone else who's ever attempted to make it clear by talking about dolls and pencils and making it really simple and telling people it's going to cost you. It's going to cost us. He's telling people they will be only able to afford 5 pencils when the Trump tariffs are in full effect. A pencil costs 25 cents now. He thinks you're only going to be able to afford 5 of them. Because when you pay those tariffs, price of a pencil is going to be so high. What, $5? What's he talking about? And because Donald Trump's dominant characteristic is now and always has been rank stupidity, he cannot stop bumping into his own stupidity about his examples of what can be under the Christmas tree because of his tariffs. After saying last week that because of his tariffs, children will get $2 instead of $30. That's what he said. $2 instead of $30 for Christmas. And then this week, amending that to $3, $4, or maybe even $5 when he stupidly talked about Christmas again while meeting with someone in the Oval Office this evening who has nothing to do with Christmas or tariffs. He did it again. There he was in a meeting with the head of an international soccer organization. No one was there to mention tariffs or Christmas or what you can afford on Christmas because of Donald Trump's tariffs. The president, who has said the stupidest things ever said in the White House about Christmas or dolls or tariffs, stumbled and bumbled his way into saying this about his visitor, the soccer guy.
He's got great enthusiasm, and that's one of the reasons that you've had such success over the last number of years that you've been there. Amazing. He's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree, and that enthusiasm really plays very well, I have to say.
Really? How many toys under the tree for him? If there's a soccer ball under the tree for that soccer-obsessed visitor in the White House, it will come with a 145% tariff on it if it actually manages to arrive in shipments from China, which have slowed down and stopped in many cases. The Trump tariffs might make it impossible for many American parents who want to have a soccer ball under the tree this Christmas. Just might not be able to happen. The Trump tariffs might just block those soccer balls from ever arriving in this country, because the stores that have to order those soccer balls are not capable of paying 145% tariff for those soccer balls. So they might not order them. They might not be here in December. But there's Donald Trump using the one example to express enthusiasm that he should absolutely stay away from, the enthusiasm and joy of the child coming down to that Christmas tree on Christmas morning, a Christmas morning where Donald Trump has already told American parents that they will not be able to afford what their children want. How weak must his mind be to have allowed himself, at the end of another tiring day, living under his full responsibility for starting a worldwide trade war that he is losing? How weak must he have been mentally and physically to have said he's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree? He said that. Donald Trump, in that idiotic statement, invited yet another focus on his choice to be the Scrooge president, which is what Republican political analyst Karl Rove is now calling him, the Scrooge president. Donald Trump's example of there being only $2 under the Christmas tree this year, which earned him the nickname Donnie $2 on this program last week, has quickly and vividly taught any Americans who did not already understand it that we are the ones, and the only ones, who will pay the Trump tariffs. Every penny of an American tariff, every penny of a Trump tariff will be paid and can only be paid in the United States by American companies and consumers. Tariff revenue enters the Treasury of the United States only from within the United States. Every Treasury Secretary from the first, Alexander Hamilton, onward, has known that. Every member of Congress has always known that. Every member of the Senate, every president always knew that. But today, with Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary testifying to Congress, knowing that lying is against the law, he tried desperately to evade a very simple question posed by our first guest tonight. Who pays tariffs?
Who pays tariffs?
Sorry, well...
who pays tariffs?
Sorry,
Mr. Secretary, please.
Excuse me.
The question is very simply, who pays tariffs, Mr. Chairman? I'd like him to answer that question.
Well,
he wants to answer other questions.
Well, Congressman, if the exporters, they dislike tariffs so much, why wouldn't they, if I think what you're trying to get me to say...
Did you remember the question? I'm not sure you did. Who pays tariffs?
It's a very complicated question.
Reclaiming my time. People pay tariffs, right? Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. As a small business owner, and unfortunately, I'd like that time back since you failed to recognize me for 30 seconds. So I just recently, from one of my suppliers, got the tariff surcharge on things. And in addition to the tariff surcharge, guess what else got raised? American-made walnut plaques. That has nothing to do with tariffs, but companies take advantage and do that. So right now, we are getting screwed right and left because of the indiscriminate use of tariffs. That's the reality for Main Street. So I'll ask one more time, who pays tariffs?
Sir, the history would show that it is a complicated mix of who pays the tariffs over various times.
So that's exactly the problem. If your answer, and you are a very educated person, you have a very impressive bio, cannot answer the question who pays tariffs because you won't answer that, and you say it's a complicated issue. It's not complicated. Consumers pay Trump's tariff tax. That's the reality.
You just saw a Treasury Secretary flunk an introductory economics course on TV.
actually going to start with our main story tonight, which concerns Trump's relationship with the press. It's always been antagonistic, and this week we got yet another reminder when he was asked a perfectly reasonable question about reports that he planned to accept a luxury jet from Qatar.
What do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, right?
Why
Because
not?
only ABC, well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better, because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster.
That is pretty hostile, though I actually agree that ABC should be embarrassed. Just not for that entirely legitimate question, but for the fact that as of taping, they still haven't renewed Dr. Odyssey for season 2. What the fuck are you doing, ABC? It's sexy ER on a boat. It's the pit with sharks. It's got, and I'm not even going to try and beat their tagline on this, big deck energy. In its pilot episode alone, it featured a waterslide injury, someone overdosing on shrimp, and this.
What happened?
It broke.
He's in shock. What broke, Mr. Arrington? Is it a bone?
Penile fracture.
Are you not entertained? How is ABC renewing shows called The Rookie and Will Trent, whose premise is apparently just, despite being dyslexic, he's become a special agent in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation? What? But they haven't renewed the only show brave enough to answer the question, what if sick but boat? I shouldn't complain about the other shows. I shouldn't care that a show called and about a rookie is returning for its premise-defying 8th season. And I don't begrudge any audience members for sticking around to find out if their favourite characters will or won't Trent. All I'm saying is ABC's The View has been on since 1997 and Dr. Hotboat is still in limbo. You're a disgrace, ABC. Your network is a disaster. The problem is, Trump clearly only likes when people are nice to him, and the press, by covering the things he says and does and the way he says and does them, is, in his opinion, being mean. Back in his first campaign, he attacked journalists constantly, calling Jake Tapper fake Tapper, Maggie Haberman maggot Hagerman, and Katie Tur Little Katie, which compared to the others is just lazy. Little Katie sounds like a doll from the 1970s that was discontinued for giving children lead poisoning. But in his second term, Trump's administration's escalated those attacks on the press, from making it easier to subpoena journalists' records, to detaining a Tufts University student after she co-authored an op-ed on Gaza, to Trump calling for Republicans to defund NPR and PBS, calling them radical left monsters that so badly hurt our country. And in March, he even went to the DOJ to issue this chilling announcement.
I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal.
OK. What the press does has to be illegal is obviously extremely bad, but I also want to talk about that 97.6% real quick, because I'm genuinely surprised that he knew that made-up number would sound more authentic if he added a decimal point. A decimal just feels more like a real number, even if it isn't. If I tell you 20% of Taco Bell ground beef is actually horse, you're like, no way, number's too round. But if I say 21.6% is horse, you'd be like, he wouldn't make up a number that specific. Now, to be clear, I wouldn't say either of those numbers, though, because we all know that the real number is significantly higher, but apparently, legally, I can't say that, so I won't. And unfortunately, even as Trump's aggression has gone up, some owners of press outlets have gotten more submissive. During Trump's first term, a lot of outlets positioned themselves as fierce watchdogs for truth. The Washington Post, for instance, adopted the slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness." But this time, even before the election, they seemed noticeably gentler. The Post's owner, Jeff Bezos, killed the paper's endorsement of Kamala Harris. He also ordered that its op-ed page focus purely on the importance of personal liberties and free markets. Bezos has seemingly gone out of his way to cozy up to Trump, with his company paying $40 million to license a documentary on Melania, the most Amazon has ever spent on a documentary, and even standing behind Trump at his inauguration. And come on, that's not just bending the knee, that's bending both knees, arching your back and relaxing your holds. And Bezos isn't the only media owner making notable concessions.
The billionaire owner of the Los Angeles Times has reportedly asked the paper's editorial board to, quote, take a break from writing about President-elect Donald Trump. Patrick Soon-Chong has reportedly required editors to send him the text of every editorial and the name of its writer before publishing.
That is pretty chilling. And as for taking a break from writing about Trump, to be clear, I also don't want to hear about him all the time. I don't love that I'm talking about him right now, especially when I could be talking about the recent headline, Ohio police find raccoon holding meth pipe during traffic stop, which was already good enough until they made it even better, pointing out when an officer took the pipe away, the raccoon pulled out another. Pulled out another? From where? You don't think I want to talk about this raccoon with multiple meth pipes for the next 25 solid minutes? Of course I do, but I can't because even as threats to the free press seem to be on the rise, resistance to them seems to be waning, and in some corners to a worrying extent. So given that, tonight, let's talk about Trump and the press, how he's tried to reshape his coverage, the levers of power he's using to threaten them, and how we should be responding. Let's start with, if not the most important, the most visible sign that things have changed, the White House press corps. Back in February, the White House picked a high-profile fight with the Associated Press for the dumbest imaginable reason. You may remember, after taking office, Trump announced that he'd renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And while some outlets started using the new name, the AP didn't, which led to them being banned from the Oval Office. Something Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt justified like this.
If we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is.
OK, to you maybe, but not to everyone. As the AP pointed out, it has clients all over the world, and lots of them still use the term the Gulf of Mexico. So it's not as simple as you're making out there, especially because it can take time for people to adjust to a stupid name change. Sometimes, hypothetically, before we can even get used to one dumb name, some genius comes along and only makes it dumber. Then somehow it gets dumber still, and then against all the odds, somehow it becomes even worse before inexplicably going back to the stupid thing it was before. Incidentally, early this week, my parent company apparently said they cannot wait for my hot take on this whole rebrand, believing that whatever I say about this change was going to be pretty hot. So please look me in the eyes when I say this. Fuck you, don't tell me what to do. I'm not going to do it if you want it, unless, wait, hold on, maybe you thought baiting me like that would be a good way to stop me from doing it. But on the other hand, how could a company be that smart when they're the same people that came up with so many stupid fucking names? Now, after a legal battle, the White House began allowing the AP back into the Oval Office. And as you just saw with that ABC reporter, other traditional outlets are still allowed access to the president, primarily so that he can shit on them. But increasingly, he is managing to get the sycophantic questions he'd prefer. And even if you haven't noticed that, he definitely has.
What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that.
Do you think it shows just how out of touch they are with the American people, especially given that 79%, according to a CBS poll, approved of your
I love this guy.
How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy. Whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question.
That is pretty humiliating, and not just because I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. It's almost definitely how Donald Trump opened a toast at Eric's wedding. But it's not a coincidence that Trump's been getting more flattering questions because the White House has increasingly let far-right news outlets and influencers into press events. A recent review of briefings found that 4 of the 5 reporters Leavitt called on most were from right-wing outlets. She's also added a seat for new media, and the person in that seat is always called on first, meaning the press room now features figures like Cara Castronova, who works for Lindell TV, an internet news network bankrolled by the My Pillow guy, who asks questions like this.
Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
That is an actual question a White House reporter asked, and everything about that is unsettling, from the fact she was essentially asking, the president's looking hotter than ever, right? To the absolutely cursed smile of that ghostly twink presence of the business Malfoy hovering behind her. You can all see him too, right? Please tell me you can see him. And when she was asked to spell out her approach to journalism, it didn't go great.
You are a Trump fan, right?
Yes, I'm definitely a supporter of President Trump.
So will you be able to hold them to account then?
I will be able to hold 100% him to account. I'm sure things that will happen that I disagree with, and I have said plenty of times, on the record when I've disagreed with his decisions.
Is there anything so far in this administration you've disagreed with?
I'm not gonna. Let me put some thought into that for a second. I'm just overwhelmed with how well I perceive things to be going.
What? I'm just overwhelmed with how well I perceive things to be going? That sounds less like what a White House correspondent should be saying to a reporter, more like something you say to an acquaintance at coffee before crying in your car for an hour. And look, stocking the press room with suck-ups would be bad enough, but that's just one of the ways the White House has found to thumb the scale of its coverage. Another has been attempting to weaponise the FCC. Historically, it's at least pretended to be an independent commission, but that is now changing fast under its new chair, Brendan Carr. Trump elevated him to run the commission almost immediately after the election, and Carr made no secret of what he was going to do.
I want to start by expressing my thanks and appreciation again to President Trump and to congratulate him again on his historic election victory. For me, as I go forward, the first thing is to get together with the president's team and make sure that I 100% understand his agenda. After all, it's going to be his administration, and it's going to be his agenda that people should be pushing.
OK, but that's not what your job is supposed to be. You never want to hear something as obsequious as that coming from someone in a role that's supposed to be independent. For the same reason, you don't want to see an NBA ref wearing one of the team's uniforms or a Supreme Court justice flying an insurrection flag outside of his house. Hypothetically, of course, you understand. And Carr does seem deep in the tank for the president. Trump supporters have celebrated this image of him wearing a gold Trump pin. And after The Hollywood Reporter published an article titled "Trump's Media Pit Bull is Off the Leash" that included this horrifying picture of Carr as a pit bull, he tweeted it saying, "Woof, woof." One past FCC commissioner has said, "I'm about as worried as I can be about the future of the FCC. I would say Carr is the most ideological chairman we've ever had and the most political." And he's wasted no time pursuing Trump's agenda. His FCC is now investigating all the major broadcast outlets except for Fox. And Carr's stewardship of the FCC has also been part of a new squeeze Trump's been putting on the networks, with the FCC on one side and lawsuits on the other. Here is how it works. The FCC has the ability to regulate the broadcast licenses of local TV and radio stations. The big networks each own a bunch of those. CBS, for instance, owns all of these. And while the FCC revoking a licence is incredibly hard, what it can do is make it very hard for networks to sell those stations, which, given the frequency of media mergers and acquisitions, can be a real problem. So, networks now have that threat hanging over them, while at the same time Trump is applying legal pressure by filing lawsuits to put them on the defensive. It is pretty flagrant. Trump files a lawsuit demanding money at the same time his FCC starts making noises about plans to make that company's life unpleasant. So the networks settle in the hopes it'll keep Trump happy and get everyone off their back, and maybe they think twice about the tone of their coverage in the future. Right now, CBS is caught in this exact squeeze, largely arising from a 60-minute segment that aired just before the election featuring an interview with Kamala Harris, which Trump maintains was misleadingly edited. He has sued the network in a lawsuit First Amendment lawyers have called frivolous and dangerous and ridiculous junk. And to understand just how true that is, it's worth looking at the specifics here. Very basically, it involves Harris's answer to a question about Gaza, and here is Trump's version of what happened.
They took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else. She said, later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer, but it wasn't like the first one. The first was grossly incompetent. It was weird. And that was fraud and election interference by their news magazine, a big part of CBS News.
OK, so Trump's theory is that CBS secretly replaced Harris's answer to a question to get her to win the presidency. And straight away, complaining about that is a bit like accusing me of hiding the secrets of my skincare routine. One, I don't have one. And two, even if I did, it doesn't matter, because it's not like it worked, did it? But it's worth knowing the only reason he's aware of that weird answer is that it aired in a promo for that 60 Minutes interview on Face the Nation. So CBS aired it. They weren't trying to hide anything. And if you're curious, here are the two versions. Here is what aired on Face the Nation.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
That is a pretty shitty answer. It's like she's trying to express a thought in English, but with French grammar. It sounds like someone just shook her awake and yelled, "Israel?" at her. So Trump is not wrong. That was bad. But here's the supposedly much better answer that 60 Minutes aired that night.
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We are not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
I mean, I guess that sounds slightly more coherent, but they are both fundamentally celebrations of prepositional phrases and the passive voice. In both, she is talking like a high schooler trying to hit the word count. The letter of scarlet, worn by Hester Prynne in the novel The Scarlet Letter, written by Nathaniel Hawthorne, published in 1850, symbolises shame and punishment symbolically. And the underlying fact is the two answers seem to be broadly saying the same amount of absolute nothing about the same topic, which isn't surprising because, under pressure from the FCC, CBS actually released the full transcript of the interview. And it turns out this is her full answer to the question she was asked about Israel. This is what aired on Face the Nation, and this is what aired on 60 Minutes. So the network didn't take her whole answer out and replace it with something from later in the interview, as Trump claimed. They basically aired both halves of a single answer, and that sort of editing decision for time or clarity happens on TV all the time. As Semaphore pointed out, earlier last year, Fox actually massaged a Trump interview because in the version that they initially aired, this was the exchange.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
OK, then. That is a firm, unequivocal answer. And at that point, they cut away to the next question. But when they later aired a longer clip from that interview, it became clear that his full answer played out a little differently.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
Yeah, in one version, Trump's answer was edited down and people who saw that missed out on the fuller context of watching his thought process go in real time from, of course, we should absolutely release the files. People deserve to know the truth to, oh, wait, you mean that Epstein? To, oh, yeah, you can't believe everything that you read about people. The point is, CBS engaged in a pretty standard practice of editing an interview for length and clarity. Nevertheless, Trump sued them for fraud, demanding $20 billion in damages. And CBS initially fought back, calling the claims completely without merit and saying that they intended to vigorously defend against the lawsuit, which makes sense, as legal experts have called it baseless and an easy victory for CBS. But here's the thing. While that lawsuit was going on, the FCC began investigating the network over claims it engaged in news distortion with the interview, and that is a problem for CBS, especially as its parent company, Paramount, is currently in the middle of a massive merger with Skydance Media. And as I mentioned earlier, transferring its broadcast licenses will require FCC approval, and it can sit on that approval indefinitely. That may well be why Shari Redstone, Paramount's controlling shareholder, has said she favours settling the case. She and Paramount have also apparently indicated to 60 Minutes they were very interested to know the segments the show was going to be running on Trump for the rest of the season, which feels like a big overstep. Bill Owens, the head of 60 Minutes actually resigned in the wake of that, saying it had become clear he would not be allowed to make independent decisions at the show, all of which makes it pretty galling that just a few years ago, Shari Redstone chaired an event for CPJ, a group that defends press freedom around the world, and had the nerve to position herself as a defender of a free press.
It is truly an honor to be here representing Paramount Global and the thousands of hardworking journalists at CBS News who fight every day for the freedom and integrity of the press. The honorees in this room are living embodiments of these values. They remind us that press freedom is never guaranteed, that it must constantly be defended, and that it often comes at a significant cost, both personal and professional.
Wow, powerful words there about the need to defend press freedom at any cost from someone who has seemed to stop doing that as soon as there was a financial one to her. And that kind of undercuts the strength of her statement there. Imagine FDR saying the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, only to flip the fuck out after he saw a bug. It undermines his point. And maybe Redstone's calculating that if she just gives Trump what he wants now, he'll back down. But I seriously doubt that. Just look at what happened to ABC. They settled a defamation lawsuit with Trump in December over how George Stephanopoulos characterised the E. Jean Carroll verdict, paying $15 million to Trump's private foundation for his presidential museum, despite experts saying ABC might well have won at trial. But since then, Carr's FCC has pushed ABC for more concessions, like threatening its broadcast licence over Disney's DEI practices. And look, as bad as these examples are, you at least might already be aware of them. But there are fights happening at the local level that aren't getting nearly the same degree of attention, but that are just as worrying. Take a look at what Carr's FCC is doing to KCBS, a San Francisco radio station. Very basically, on the afternoon of January 26th, a local community group made this post to Facebook concerning ICE agents being spotted in the area. A city council member also posted about the ICE activities. Around 3:40 p.m, the community group posted that ICE had left, and around 2 hours after that, KCBS ran a story about it in the classic sedate tone of every radio news broadcast ever.
San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan and Councilmember Peter Ortiz confirmed today that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are currently carrying out an operation on the east side of town. The county's response network says agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles, including a black Dodge Durango, a gray Nissan Maxima, and white Nissan truck. ICE agents were also reported outside a residence on South White and Tully Roads, and officers were reportedly at the target on King and Story Roads.
OK, first, that is a remarkably soothing voice for a news report describing something as alarming as ICE agents in unmarked vehicles. It's like listening to a YouTube video titled "Lo-Fi Sounds of a Man Getting Mauled by a Tiger" to relax/study to. But crucially, that report's also pretty basic. ICE was in the community, community groups and government officials were talking about it, and local news covered it. That radio station was actually one of several outlets that covered it around the same time. Here it is on the 6 o'clock news on NBC, which actually showed images of the cars and agents in question, and here's the same footage being aired on Telemundo. But it was the radio report that got the attention of a right-wing activist who pointed out that KCBS was owned by George Soros' investment firm and claimed that it had put ICE agents at serious risk while an operation was ongoing, which it very much did not. Nevertheless, that complaint made its way to Brendan Carr, who later got himself in front of a camera to say this.
So what happened was you had ICE agents undercover doing operations in East San Jose, and part of the town known for violent gang activity. And you had this radio station broadcasting the live location, identifying the unmarked vehicles that they were in. So we have sent a letter of inquiry, a formal investigation into that matter, and they have just a matter of days left to respond to that inquiry and explain how this could possibly be consistent with their public interest obligations.
What are you talking about? Covering stories like that is literally the whole point of local news radio. That and delivering the driest imaginable ad read for a local deck staining company. Now, legal scholars will tell you this FCC investigation is also meritless. As one First Amendment expert put it, law enforcement operations, immigration or otherwise, are matters of public interest. So if it comes to a court case and KCBS chooses to fight, it will almost certainly win. But it's a little worrying that so far, they haven't openly defended their journalist who, again, did absolutely nothing wrong. And on one hand, I get it. Fighting the FCC costs money and opens the station up to risk when their licence comes up again. But staying silent has real cost too. As that First Amendment expert says, even if charges are never filed, people have to look over their shoulders to wonder, is the government going to come after me because I report something that the government doesn't like me to say? Sadly, that is a reasonable question to ask now, much more reasonable, you could argue, than when's the president's workout DVD dropping? And this feels like where the biggest potential harm may be done, because the government, directly or indirectly, is controlling criticism. And that is, to put it bluntly, authoritarianism. We've seen countries backslide, and the press tends to be one of the first casualties. It happened under Viktor Orbán in Hungary and Rodrigo Duterte in the Philippines. And those who've watched it happen in person will tell you this is where it starts, and this is also the one chance you get to stop it. Maria Ressa is a journalist who was arrested in the Philippines for standing up to the Duterte regime. She ultimately won a Nobel Prize for doing that. And she said she sees parallels here with what happened there. And her warning to people like Shari Redstone is pretty stark.
Don't voluntarily give up your rights, right? I mean, again, I'll give you our example in the Philippines, where the newspaper gave up, the television station gave up, it lost its franchise or license to operate, and guess what? It never regained it, even after the time of Duterte. I guess what I'm saying is, hold the line is the phrase we used because it's connected to the rights that you deserve as a citizen. And if you do not hold the line at this crucial moment, this is the moment when you are strongest. You will only get weaker over time.
Exactly. Fundamental rights and freedoms are worth fighting for. And this is one of the fights that nerds who work in newsrooms can actually win, mostly because it doesn't require any upper body strength. So what can we do? Well, obviously, public support for organisations like the AP and 60 Minutes is important, but we also need to pay attention to what's happening at places like KCBS. And I'd argue there's a special obligation here to any outlets owned by extremely wealthy people like this lot to fight back. Don't comply with Trump's ridiculous demands prematurely. I know he and the FCC are making a lot of intimidating-sounding threats, and fighting them will undeniably take time, effort and money, but I'd argue it is very much worth it, especially when the likeliest outcome is that you win definitively. If I may quote someone who I hope meant it when she said it, press freedom is never guaranteed, it must constantly be defended, and that often comes at a significant cost. The point is, if media owners enjoy the applause they get when they say things like that, now is the time to pay for it. Think of it this way. A free press is really a lot like Dr. Odyssey. It's rare, it's special, we're very lucky to have it. And if we're not extremely careful, we're all going to miss it terribly when it's gone. We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, which concerns immigrants, once again named Group of the Year by right-wing scapegoat magazine. While campaigning, Trump promised a draconian crackdown on migrants, and his administration since made a big show out of following through on that, from inviting Dr. Phil on a ride-along with ICE to nauseating social media posts like this one titled ASMR Illegal Alien Deportation Flight, featuring sounds of manacles and handcuffs, and this one, which is somehow in even worse taste.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I know who I want to take me home.
That is real. They used Closing Time by Semisonic, which obviously isn't the right song choice. The right song choice would be no song at all, because Deportation Instagram Reel is a combination of words that should never exist, like Oscar winner Mr. Beast, or Stephen Miller nudes, or Bill Belichick speaks about his relationship with 24-year-old girlfriend. Now, Semisonic denounced that video, saying we did not authorise or condone the White House's use of our song in any way. The song is about joy and possibilities and hope, and they have missed the point entirely. And of course they have, because according to the band's drummer, the song's about the anticipation of fatherhood, a song about being sent forth from the womb as if by a bouncer clearing out a bar. And obviously, Liz, we all knew that and got it from the lyrics. It's closing time, you're a baby, get out of that uterus and finish your whiskey and beer. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It seems every day brings terrible news concerning deportation policy, some of which has been so surreal, local news has had to run fact checks on it, like in this sponsored segment.
Tonight's Fact or Fiction is brought to you by America's Finest Carpet.
Tonight, we're looking into a comment allegedly made by the head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. A story that you may have seen today claims acting ICE Director Todd Lyons said that he would like the agency to be run like Amazon Prime for human beings. And this is true.
Yeah, it is true. And spare a quick thought for that station and its sponsor, America's Finest Carpet. Because verifying ICE's director wanted to expel humans with the speed of a pack of emergency tampons on same-day delivery clearly isn't what their fact or fiction segment is for. It's for getting to the bottom of actual questions that they've answered, like sharks test positive for cocaine, woman arrested for cinnamon roll attack, and Ford creates very gay raptor, which you'll be pleased to know was very much fact. But the intention behind that Amazon Prime idea gets to something important here. For all this administration's talk of prioritising hardened criminals, in practice, it seemed to value speed, volume and spectacle over all else. Perhaps best summed up by the fact, at a rally on Tuesday, Trump directed the audience's attention to a grotesque video of men getting deported to a Salvadoran prison, being marched off an airplane and having their heads shaved, prefacing it by telling the cheering crowd those men were the worst of the worst. Despite the fact, when 60 Minutes looked into it, they couldn't find criminal records for 75% of the men on those flights. And Trump's own administration has conceded that at least one man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was sent there due to an administrative error. For weeks now, it has been scrambling to come up with reasons why it was OK to send that man to a foreign prison, which has been hard for them to do, given that he had a court order protecting him from deportation to El Salvador and no criminal record. At one point, Trump posted a photo of himself holding an image that had been circulating online of Abrego Garcia's hand, with labels added suggesting the tattoos on his knuckles were somehow secret code spelling out MS-13. Multiple gang experts have disputed that, pointing out MS-13 tattoos tend to feature things like the letters M, S, and the numbers 1 and 3. But in an interview on Tuesday, Trump not only defended posting that image, he argued that the letters and numbers that had clearly been superimposed were actually tattooed on his hand, and he refused to let go of that idea for an agonisingly long time. And while you may have seen small clips of this exchange, it is worth watching the full 90 seconds, because it is absolutely incredible.
The man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Well,
over
wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
Yeah, that was Photoshop. So let me
That was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir. I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry.
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look at that.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
It's contested.
Terry, you're in hell, Terry. Terry, this is hell right now. I'm genuinely shocked Trump doesn't drink alcohol, because that is the most drunk at an IHOP conversation I think I've ever heard. And no disrespect to Terry, but maybe don't move on from that. I know you've got other questions to get to, but if the President of the United States is trying to tell you that this amateur hour Photoshop is real, let him go get the picture and make him say it again. Point to that Helvetica-looking M and make the President say, yes, I believe that artless M that's weirdly clearer and darker than all the other tattoos is real. Make him say, I believe that man went to a tattoo parlour and said, the skull's pretty spooky, but what I'd really like is a neatly aligned 3 directly on the bone of my knuckle, and can you please make it so that it doesn't stretch or bend with the natural curves of the human hand, and also make it look like a typewriter did it? Because, Terry, sometimes when Trump's doing his normal racist blue skying, you do need to cut him off to slow the flow of hatred into the world. But if he wants to tell America that this laughably doctored picture is evidence of a major threat to American safety, you have an obligation to let the man cook. And for what it's worth, if Trump's going to hash out those claims, he probably should be doing that in court, not on TV, and after he's already shipped someone off to a foreign prison. But Abrego Garcia is just one of many horrifying stories surrounding immigration right now, from tourists being detained for weeks, to US citizens being caught up in ice drag nets, to videos like this.
You can see an agent using a large hammer to break the back passenger window of their car. Mary Lou says the agents were focused on her husband, Juan, but kept calling him Antonio. That's the name of another man who lives in their building. Thinking this is a case of mistaken identity, Juan called his attorney, who told them to stay in the car until she got there. But instead of waiting for their lawyer, the agent smashed the car window, broke into the vehicle, and dragged the couple out.
They had no reason to detain him. We've been following the rules of this country. We're doing things the right way. That's why we have a lawyer.
Right. They're trying to do things the right way. We have an asylum process in place. And while it is not perfect, I don't think a key step in it is guy smashes your car with a hammer while screaming someone else's name at you. But that's just the tip of the iceberg here. So given that, tonight, let's look at Trump and deportations, the aggression of his administration's crackdowns, its blatant contempt for the law, and where this could be heading. Let's start with the fact Trump's off to a much quicker start than last time around. In its first 100 days, this administration's taken 181 immigration-specific executive actions, a 6-fold increase over that same period in Trump's first term. And that is deliberate. As the head of one anti-immigration group that advised the White House has put it, the plan has been to do everything all at once, everywhere, which sounds less like rational government policy and more like a knockoff DVD sold on the subway. And to do that, they've employed a wide variety of tactics. Sometimes they've gotten creative by looking through old statutes for cheat codes to expedite deportations. We've talked before about how they've tried using an obscure provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act to remove people if the Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe their presence here would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. That is the reason they gave for arresting students like Mahmoud Khalil. And while that was clearly a targeted attempt to frighten students out of voicing solidarity with Palestine, they've also taken much broader swings, using a federal database that tracks even the slightest interactions with law enforcement to revoke visas and put thousands of international students in jeopardy. And some of the cases have been truly absurd, like this grad student who was suddenly told he had 15 days to leave the country.
Suguru Anda, getting a PhD at Brigham Young University in Utah, had his legal status in the U.S. suddenly revoked after a criminal records check. But Anda, from Japan, had no criminal charges on his record, just 2 speeding tickets and a citation for catching 1 too many fish, his attorney says.
That is ridiculous. If you can be flagged for deportation for catching 1 too many fish, then I truly fear for Henry Winkler. We could be just days away from seeing him in an El Salvador prison, which I'm sure the White House will then justify by badly photoshopping an MS-13 tattoo onto his neck. And while they later reversed that specific decision, this all feels like the inevitable result of a campaign that fearmongered about an epidemic of so-called migrant crime, which, as we've discussed before, was wildly overblown, but having promised mass deportations and even printed signs for people to wave around demanding them, they're now scrambling to deliver. While the administration denies it, ICE officials have reportedly been told to aggressively ramp up the number of people they arrest from a few hundred per day to at least 1,200 to 1,500. With the idea being each of the agency's field offices should make 75 arrests per day. And for all of this administration's promises of a worst-first strategy where they focus on those with criminal histories, as a former director of ICE pointed out 3 months ago, that was always unlikely to last.
Sarah Saldana believes if arrest numbers don't increase as rapidly as the administration hopes, it might abandon the worst first strategy and begin targeting community locations like day labor sites.
That is really a big concern of mine, because that's not again, a stretch to think that that might happen next. If the numbers are not coming through, let's get the low-hanging fruit.
Right, and you should avoid low-hanging fruit. I tried to do that. If I were to constantly go for low-hanging fruit, I'd say that worst first doesn't describe Trump's immigration policy so much as it describes his children. But again, I've avoided saying that because I have standards, so I won't do it. And the administration now seems desperate to scoop anyone up. Police in places like upstate New York have been stopping Hispanic drivers for minor traffic violations, and if they're undocumented, handing them over to Border Patrol agents. Also, at one point, tens of thousands of people received emails explicitly telling them to please leave the United States immediately. Some of those were sent by mistake to American citizens, while others went to migrants with a legal right to be here. The fact is, what the administration is doing is sometimes targeted, sometimes arbitrary, usually blatantly racist, and always cruel, and sometimes breathtakingly so.
Tonight, the administration is facing criticism from migrant advocates over the removal of 2 American citizen children of an undocumented woman from Honduras, including her 4-year-old son. A migrant rights group says he was sent to Honduras without his medication for stage 4 cancer. How is going after families with young kids targeting the worst of the worst?
First of all, we said we're going to prioritize the worst for worst.
You feel like that's what you're doing?
Absolutely. But when you prioritize something, it doesn't mean you forget about everybody else. I've said from day one, if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table.
OK, first, Tom Homan can truly rot in hell, though I'd expect nothing less from a man who clearly answered the question, what would Shrek look like as a white ogre? And while the government insists that woman chose to have her son deported with her, her lawyers insist that was not, in fact, the case. And either way, between the government putting that kid on a plane without his medication and the cuts to research at the NIH, it seems this administration's actively coming out pro-paediatric cancer. I feel there's a non-zero chance Trump's about to add a fucking brain tumour to his cabinet, and then presumably RFK's either going to eat it or point at it and say it's from Wi-Fi. But one of the boldest moves they've made to circumvent due process is invoking what's called the Alien Enemies Act, a 1798 law that allows the president to detain or deport non-citizens without a hearing and based only on their country of birth or citizenship if he decides that an invasion or predatory incursion by that country is underway. It was famously used to justify the internment of Japanese, Italian and German immigrants in World War II. But Trump has now invoked it again, saying it lets us do a lot of the things we wouldn't be able to do. He's issued an absurd proclamation declaring a Venezuelan gang called Tren Aragua, or TDA, has invaded the United States. And he's used that as a pretext to sweep people up in raids, label them as gang members and deport them. Some have been shipped off to Socot, a notorious mega prison in El Salvador. And if you've only seen it in Trump's propaganda videos or in Kristi Noem's grotesque photo op, it is worth knowing just how grim it is in there.
Inmates are assigned to one of 8 sectors, each roughly the size of an airplane hangar, basically prisons within the prison. Once inside, it's said to be a life sentence. They'll never leave their assigned sector. Each sector holds more than 24 large cells, roughly 80 inmates per cell, but that can fluctuate. Inside each cell, toilets, a concrete basin for bathing, and a barrel of drinking water. Several rows of metal bunk beds. No mattresses, no sheets, no privacy.
Yeah, it is awful in there. The Salvadoran Justice and Security Minister has even bragged that no one who enters the Socot will ever walk out. They will only be able to leave in a coffin. And you'll only be able to leave in a coffin is a horrifying statement no matter where it is. Even if it was on a sign outside a literal coffin dealership, it'd be a bit much. I get you're just trying to make a sale, but come on, tone it down. And look, sending anyone there is unforgivable, whatever they're accused of. But it's worth noting, we've not only done it without due process, in many cases we've done it without cause. Remember, on those first plane loads, 3/4 of the people had no discernible criminal record. And while Tom Homan has insisted that that doesn't mean anything because a lot of gang members don't have criminal histories, you clearly shouldn't be sending people to a Central American forever dungeon just on vibes. And the government's evidence in some of these cases is just absurdly weak. Take Andre Hernandez Romero, a Venezuelan stylist who was in the middle of seeking asylum in the US to escape persecution for his political views and the fact that he's gay. Time magazine photographed him having his head shaved upon arrival at Sukkot, with the photographer saying he was crying for his mother. And as his lawyer points out, the evidence the government's shown to justify that is ridiculous.
In Andre's case, the only evidence the government presented in immigration court were these pictures of his tattoos. Crowns, which immigration authorities say can be a symbol of Tren de Aragua.
The crowns themselves were on top of the names of his parents. The most possible explanation for that are that his mom and dad are his king and queen.
A Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman said on social media that its intelligence assessments go well beyond just gang affiliate tattoos. She said Andre's own social media indicates he is a member of Tren de Aragua. We went back a decade and could only find photos like these.
That is utterly infuriating. That is your evidence? What about this man? Screams violent gang member. The only thing I'm actually confident he's a genuine threat to is unaccented cheekbones. And for what it's worth, there are no tattoos that denote membership to TDA. An expert who wrote the book on them has said Venezuelan gangs are not identified by tattoos. But apparently the Trump administration's been relying on an alien enemy validation guide, specifically its scoring system, under which 8 points are required for any individual to be identified as a member of Tren de Aragua. But that is not a high bar, as you can get 4 points simply for having tattoos denoting membership or loyalty to TDA, which again is not a thing, and 4 points if you display logos or dress known to indicate allegiance to TDA, which can be as simple as being dressed in high-end urban streetwear, especially basketball jerseys from the Chicago Bulls. But that is clearly bullshit, because if that is all it takes, then 75% of the city of Chicago are TDA from October to April, and somehow it gets even dumber.
Tattoos and social media were also used to link another Venezuelan migrant, Jersey Reyes Barrios, to the Tren de Aragua gang. Immigration court documents include this Facebook post from 14 years ago, showing him flashing what officers said was a gang sign. His girlfriend told us it was all about rock and roll. Immigration agents also flagged Jersey's crown tattoo as a gang symbol, but they did not mention the crown is above a soccer ball. Jersey was a soccer player in Venezuela. His lawyer says the tattoo honors his favorite team, Real Madrid.
That is pathetic. And as for this picture of Jersey supposedly throwing up gang signs, if that were true, Rihanna, Fergie, and former President George W. Bush are all Tren de Aragua too. But when confronted on this in court, the government's been completely unrepentant. Early on, they violated a judge's orders to turn around planes carrying deportees to El Salvador, and even after the Supreme Court explicitly directed they facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody there, they've chosen to dick around about the exact meaning of the word facilitate. As for Trump, when he was pressed on whether the people he sent to El Salvador deserved any sort of due process, he said this.
You know, we have thousands of people that are ready to go out, and you can't have a trial for all of these people. And a judge can't say, no, you have to have a trial. The trial's going to take 2 years, and no, we're going to have a very dangerous country if we're not allowed to do what we're entitled to do.
But that's not how anything works. You can't just opt out of due process because it's inconvenient. It's why court orders don't tend to end with, if not, no worries, you do you. And the thing is, this could all get worse, because while thankfully the courts have tried to curb Trump's use of these two acts, they've also seemed to sign off on a new diabolical strategy the administration's been using, involving a decades-old legal provision called registration of aliens. It allows the administration to require undocumented people register with the government and carry proof of that registration. And it is clearly a trap, because if you register and give the government all your information, you become an easy target. But if you don't, or a court not carrying proof, you can be charged with a federal misdemeanor, allowing them to label you a criminal and putting you at risk of deportation. And this is already happening. People have been charged in Texas and Arizona using this mechanism. Basically, they can't find enough criminals to deport, so they found a way to turn more people into criminals so that they suddenly can. It's a desperate but depressingly effective move. And that's not even getting into the other plans. that they've teased, from Marco Rubio saying we are actively searching for other countries to take people, to the administration floating the idea of labelling suspected gang members as enemy combatants. They've also tried to stop anyone who stands in their way. Just last week, they arrested a judge in Wisconsin for supposedly helping an immigrant evade ICE. And on Thursday, ICE made a big production out of serving a search warrant as part of an investigation into these flyers that were posted months ago with information about ICE agents on them. They even released dramatic footage of them rolling up to the house of their target's parents, who were understandably pretty surprised.
Drone video this morning shows ICE agents moving into an Irvine neighborhood. Annie Yang and Yuzong Cheng are still in shock after being woken up by Homeland Security investigators.
Woke up to this morning.
Neighbors captured the scene outside their home. They describe hearing, "We have a warrant, come out with your hands up," over a loudspeaker.
Never happened to us before.
I feel like I was in a movie set or something. I mean, it's so unreal.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is real life, though. 17 vehicles with armed agents did a zero dark 30 on a lovable middle-aged couple looking for a guy who'd put up flyers warning about ICE overreach. Fun fact, guess who was on site for that raid? The ICE acting director who said the Amazon Prime thing. Guess who wasn't there? The guy they were looking for, as he apparently moved to New York last month. A mistake for the record that Amazon would not make. And while that's almost laughably absurd, it's also obviously scary and extremely dangerous. And it kind of gets to the heart of all of this, which is Trump loudly selling his supporters the lie that he'll protect them from existential threats, only to further government overreach and state violence, even while deporting makeup artists, unlucky soccer fans, and 4-year-olds with cancer. So what can we do? Well, some of this depends on elected leaders, and to their credit, a number of prominent Democrats have gone to El Salvador to call attention to this, which is definitely preferable to the approach that others have taken, with some anonymous House Democrats quoted as saying, should it be the big issue for Democrats? Probably not. And complaining, rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, we're going to go take the bait for one hairdresser, which is absolutely enraging, especially as many voters do seem to get the clear problem with deporting people without due process to a prison for life, even in red states. Here's Chuck Grassley being confronted at a town hall in Iowa.
You gonna bring that guy back from El Salvador? Yeah. Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
The Supreme Court said to bring him back.
And the president isn't upholding the Constitution. He's defying the Constitution. You're on the Judiciary Committee.
Trump don't care.
If I get an order to pay a ticket for $1,200 and I just say no, does that stand up? Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he just said no.
Exactly. That man, who definitely owes a real $1,200 ticket, is right on the nose there. The president is clearly not following the law as he is required to. And look, if your elected officials aren't holding town halls, you can still tell them you care about this issue. Call them and say if they believe in due process, they should work to repeal the Alien Enemies Act and amend the part of Section 237 of the INA that lets Marco Rubio decide whose free speech is a threat. But in the meantime, we're going to need to help immigrants defend themselves. Remember, those in the immigration court are not guaranteed a lawyer. And if they don't have one, their chances are basically zero. So if you can, it is worth supporting non-profits like these that provide legal services for immigrants or local ones in your community. And this is an issue where I do think there is a practical value to public protest, because this is going to be in the courts, and those inside them need to be made aware of public opinion on this, because it can make a difference. Former Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist once wrote that no honourable judge would ever cast his vote because he thought the majority of the public wanted him to vote that way, but that in certain cases, judges are undeniably influenced by the great tides of public opinion. And I would argue the moment we're in right now isn't just worthy of a great tide, it is worthy of a fucking tsunami. Because this is an absolute outrage. And it is one where it is important to remind our elected leaders that all people are worthy of safety, protection, and due process, because that is indisputably, in the words of this country's single weirdest carpet-sponsored local news segment, a fucking fact. we're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, which concerns public health. One of the many good reasons to wash your hands. Some do it for the length of 2 happy birthdays or row, row, row your boat. Personally, I do it for the length of 1. My name is Kid Rock! And that feels enough. On the campaign trail, Trump loved to talk about who he was going to put in charge of public health and what that person was then going to do.
Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
Look, even if he wasn't talking about RFK, I don't like the idea of anyone going wild on health. The same way I don't want anyone to go apeshit on water, get wasted on the census, or go full Army Hammer on agriculture. It sounds bad. Unfortunately, RFK is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services and has indeed gone wild. In the run-up to the election, he pushed the slogan MAHA for Make America Healthy Again, and just a month into his tenure, he made this big announcement.
We're going to streamline HHS to make our agency more efficient and more effective. We're going to eliminate an entire alphabet soup of departments and agencies while preserving their core functions by merging them into a new organization called the Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA.
No, thank you. I do not like any of that. I don't like him calling agencies alphabet soup, and I definitely don't like how he just said AHA, which is such a dumb name. It sounds less like a government agency, more like Manhattan real estate jargon used to describe the neighbourhood above Hank Azaria. If you're north of wherever Hank Azaria is at any given moment, then guess what? You're in AHA. In practice, what that's meant is a radical downsizing of HHS. That same day, Kennedy announced a dramatic restructuring that would shrink the agency to 62,000 employees from 82,000, including about 10,000 layoffs and another 10,000 people who retired or resigned and now won't be replaced. Which is alarming because HHS is an absolutely vital agency handling just about every high-stakes job related to health you could think of. That alphabet soup includes the National Institutes of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, alongside 23 other divisions. Together, they account for around 28% of all federal spending. So these cuts are going to have a huge impact on our day-to-day lives, and no one knows that better than some of the workers who just got fired.
We oversee child welfare. We oversee federally funded temporary assistance to needy families, which is welfare. We oversee federally funded child care, child support enforcement. These are the services that serve the taxpayer, and they are gone. Right now, it's this kind of, oh, someone else. It will impact all of you, the greater public.
I think we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, honestly.
Yep. And it is pretty alarming to hear a fired government employee say, we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, especially while wearing a T-shirt that says, the horrors are never ending. Now, would you feel any better if I told you that apparently the bottom of that shirt says, yet I remain silly? I mean, probably for a bit, right? But then you remember the man wearing it just told you people were going to die needlessly, so you'd feel like shit again. So given a critical government agency is in the process of being gutted, tonight, let's talk about public health, what RFK's doing, the many ways it'll impact us, and the troubling direction this is all going. Let's start with the sheer scale and chaos of these cuts. They actually began before RFK announced his AHA plan, because HHS, like most government agencies, suffered an initial round of DOGE cuts in February when over 3,600 probationary employees were fired. Around then, there were also a string of other freezes that hampered operations. At one point, DOGE instituted a $1 spending limit on credit cards, meaning researchers couldn't do things like pay for gas for vehicles used to transport patients' blood samples. And in the words of one scientist, we can't order mice. Which is bad, because you don't have to be a scientist to know that lab mice are a key part of research. I'm actually pretty sure that the full scientific method goes observation, hypothesis, order a mouse, don't name the mouse, don't get attached to the mouse, experiment, analysis, conclusion, and finally, cry because you got attached to Colonel Nibbles. But then came the big aha cuts, which were as sudden as they were cruel. Some federal workers didn't even know they'd been fired until they turned up to work and tried to use their badges to get in. If the light turned green, they still had their job. If it turned red, they didn't. Some fired workers were told to contact an employee named Anita Pinder if they wanted to file a discrimination complaint, which was hard to do given she died last year. One former staffer even said, "This bloodbath was so fucking bad, I had multiple officials asking me if I thought this was an April Fool's joke, because on top of everything else, this happened on April 1st. Which has to be the most confusing April Fool's Day ever, second only to the one in 1945 when US troops landed on the shores of Okinawa and the Japanese troops were like, "Wait, is this an April Fool's thing?" And the Americans were like, "No, it's actually World War II." And the Japanese were like, "Oh, right, it's just confusing because of the date." And the Americans were like, "Well, hang on, you guys do April Fool's Day too?" And that's how World War II ended. Now, RFK initially insisted that these cuts were made for efficiency and that nothing important was being lost, but it soon became clear some crucial stuff had been defunded, and he didn't know about it.
There's like more than 50 pages of, of cuts that I actually went through.
The cuts were mainly DEI cuts, which the president...
There were a lot, but I'll give you, for example, about $750,000 of a University of Michigan grant into adolescent diabetes was cut. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, and that's something that we'll look at. There's a number of studies that were cut that came to our attention and that did not deserve to be cut, and we reinstated them. Our purpose is not to reduce any level of scientific research that's important.
OK, it's not great that that's how he's finding out. The health secretary should not be learning what he just did like some guy at a bachelor party being told what happened the night before. Do you not remember, bro? You spoke French well. Then you pissed on a grave, fucked a bike rack and cut $750,000 of research money for kid diabetes. You went wild. And for the record, simply reinstating studies isn't as easy as he's making it sound there. Some studies, once disrupted, can't just be restarted. So that's already infuriating before you hear him try to justify why the cutting of the wrong studies or staff is actually fine.
Wouldn't it have been better, or was thought given to, say, before firing them, going through and saying, what is that job? What is that job? Line by line by line, and saying, I think that person's job maybe isn't needed. This has to be eliminated.
That would have been another approach, and it's the approach that has failed for 60 years.
Because you mean it takes too long?
It takes too long and you lose political momentum.
OK, so the question he was asked there boiled down to, do you think you should have figured out what you were cutting before you cut it? And his answer was no, which is not good. The rules for restructuring HHS should be the same as the ones for a bris. It is crucially important to know exactly what you are cutting. Speed is just not the most important thing. And it's one thing to hear about that in theory. It's another to see how these cuts are playing out. And let's start with the National Institute of Health. Its research and funding are key reasons why the human genetic code was deciphered, hepatitis C was discovered, the AIDS virus was isolated, and the first drug to treat it was discovered, and it's where the basic research that helped lead to the COVID vaccines was done. It is by far the world's largest public funder of biomedical research, and in particular, the largest funder of cancer research. The NIH has been called the crown jewel of American science, which, if anything, is understating it, because it's clearly better than a crown jewel. Those things don't really do much aside from bedazzle a puffy hat that we occasionally balance on top of a collection of recessive genes. The NIH, however, is really important, but it's now in trouble. Because within weeks of Trump taking office, it stopped considering new grant applications entirely, which instantly stalled about 16,000 of them. It then announced hundreds of existing grants would be terminated, many seemingly for including terms like minorities, transgender, AIDS, and vaccine hesitancy. In fact, they've reportedly cut about $750 million in HIV-targeted grants alone. And while that is clearly bad enough, all research is now threatened, especially because, in addition to these cuts, this administration has a disastrous new proposal to cap what are sometimes called indirect research costs. Here is a Doge guy in a group interview with Elon explaining the rationale.
So if I take NIH as an example, today, if you're an NIH researcher and you get a $100 grant at your university, today you get to spend 60 of that and your university spends 40 of that. The policy that we're proposing to make is that you get to spend 85 of that and your university spends 15. So that's more money going directly to the scientists who are discovering new cures.
OK, set aside the fact that that group looks like a regional choir of orphaned businessmen. What he just said there is extremely misleading. For starters, indirect costs don't come out of grants to researchers, they're issued on top of them. Essentially, right now, if you get $100 to fund your research, your university gets an additional $40. And it's not ideal that he doesn't seem to know that, especially as, under this new plan, that $40 would be capped at $15, which is a real problem because that money goes to cover costs that make research possible, like buildings, utilities, lab equipment, animal caretakers and other support staff. As one expert pointed out, if you're going to use mice for your experiment, you actually need a mouse facility. Which does make sense. You cannot have your lab mice commute into work, however adorable that might turn out to be. And scientists will tell you capping those expenses at 15% of a grant is a requirement that would make it functionally impossible for them to do high-quality work. Here is one scientist explaining what it would mean for his research on pneumonia.
If there are no indirect costs flowing, we can't keep the computers running. If we can't keep the computers running, we can't do the science that we're doing. If we're supposed to work without buildings, without computers, without centrifuges, there's no way to get that done from someone else.
Right. It should go without saying, but scientists need buildings and computers. I mean, maybe they can get by without centrifuges. I mean, I guess Carl can spin around pretty fast, but... You know what? No, I actually think they're going to need those too. The point is, you wouldn't ask a research scientist to do their job without a computer or lab equipment the same way you wouldn't ask a Doge employee to do their job without an iron deficiency and a deep-seated conviction they're the smartest boy in the world. They need that for work. But the attacks on research don't end there. There have also been wholesale cuts to grants at institutions across the country, and not just at Ivy League schools that you might have heard about, but also at flagship state schools in places like Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Nebraska and Texas, which is very bad because virtually all of modern medicine relies to some degree on research that was supported by federal dollars. Interestingly, the same day as those mass layoffs, NIH published a paper about a breakthrough in using a person's own immune cells to fight gastrointestinal cancers, which is absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, 2 patients' treatments using that therapy have already had to be delayed due to these cuts. And that is just one example of many. As one Alzheimer's researcher put it, disruptions delay discovery. And it's impossible to know how many breakthroughs have already been delayed or that may now never happen. And while this is all supposedly being done in the name of saving money, I will point out a recent report found every dollar of research funded by NIH delivers $2.56 in economic activity. And not that we should be investing in health research purely for economic gain, but it is still worth noting that that kind of return on investment would make the sharks on Shark Tank shit in their Eames chairs. And so far, I've just been talking about the NIH, but RFK also oversees the FDA, where the cuts range from communication specialists who alerted the public to urgent safety recalls to veterinary division specialists who are investigating bird flu transmission. So now it's going to be much harder to get answers to important questions that you may have about bird flu, like, is it in milk? Or is my pet vulnerable? Or I fucked Big Bird 2 weeks ago and now I have a sore throat. Do I need to get tested? RFK also now oversees the CDC, and cuts there range from the firing of all 20 members of an office focused on Alzheimer's awareness and prevention to the shuttering a lab that tracked STIs, meaning the US has apparently just lost its ability to detect drug-resistant gonorrhea. One former CDC staffer said, shit show is an understatement for what just happened, which seems right, doesn't it? Because shit show is a word you use to describe Anne Hathaway and James Franco hosting the Oscars, or Fergie performing the national anthem, not, hey, look out everyone, turbo gonorrhea is on the loose and it is pissed. And the thing is, the impact of cuts like that reverberate far beyond the CDC. Just take Wisconsin, where they've been dealing with a burgeoning lead paint problem in schools in Milwaukee. They've already had to close 4 of them for cleanup, and normally a city can lean on the federal government for help in responding to lead contamination, but not right now.
Milwaukee health officials turning to the federal government for assistance.
To see that all of our partners at the CDC had been let go was pretty difficult.
Todoritis received a CDC response saying, quote, "My entire division was eliminated today." 2 days later, the health department received another follow-up email saying, quote, "I sincerely regret to inform you that due to the complete loss of our lead program, we will be unable to support you." The move leaving the health department without any federal guidance.
So right now you do not have any contacts with the CDC when it comes to lead poisoning?
Correct.
Has that ever happened before?
No.
That is awful. And the CDC's responses there showed some superhuman restraint. "My entire division was eliminated, and I sincerely regret to inform you we'll be unable to support you," are an incredibly diplomatic version of what I'm pretty sure they wanted to say, which is, "Our shit just got rocked, and buckle up because your shit's about to get rocked too." Now, RFK has since said it is now classic style that if we make mistakes, we're going to admit it and we're going to remedy it, and that eliminating that lead program was one of the mistakes. But as of right now, that has not been remedied. And the thing is, even if it had, I doubt he'd even know about it. It seems that he only finds out what's going on in his agency whenever he appears on an episode of This Bitch Brings Receipts. And that's not even getting into the fact HHS has also abruptly cancelled more than $12 billion in grants to states for their health services. And while some states are fighting that in court, in many cases, the damage has already been done. In Minnesota, their health department was told that they'd be losing more than $220 million in previously approved funding. And they've warned that they may now have slower response times to infectious disease outbreaks, which is bad enough before you learn the cuts could even compromise their Team D. Now, what is Team D, you ask? It's Team Diarrhea, a group of public health students who interview people who've had diarrhea to track food poisoning outbreaks. And I love that name so very much, because it's straight to the point. If someone calls and says, "Hi, I'm from Team Diarrhea," you don't say, "And what is this regarding?" Because you know things are about to get personal. You're about to talk about force and viscosity with a stranger. Team Diarrhea is the best team name since the interdepartment softball team on Law & Order SVU that was literally called Sex Crimes. Sex Crimes is still number one, but Team Diarrhea is a close second. And that's the impact on a big health department. In smaller rural communities, losing even a relatively small amount of money can be devastating. The head of a mental health initiative in Kansas said after losing around $50,000 in federal funds, that is nothing to the federal government, but it is massive to this agency, and it is massive to the people we serve. And I'm still not done, because HHS grants also help support programs that might not immediately come to mind, from this one, which provides things like heating and cooling assistance to more than 6 million low-income families, to public services like Meals on Wheels. Yeah, Meals on Wheels. They get funding from the Administration for Community Living, and nearly 50% of the staff there was just terminated. One of those people actually tried to confront Indiana Senator Jim Banks about the cuts, and it didn't go well.
Hi, I was a worker at HHS. I was fired illegally on February 14th. There are many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it. Wow. Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Oh, fuck off! All else aside, do you even know what a clown is? Can you imagine how disappointed people would be if they thought they were going to see a funny clown and instead got a guy lecturing them about the dire lack of social services for people with disabilities? Trust me, they wouldn't like it. Sure, they'll tolerate it from around 12 seasons. They'll even come and see it filmed every once in a while. But that doesn't mean they like it. Believe me. And look, these cuts are dangerous on their face, but it gets so much worse when you remember who is in charge of all this, which brings us back to RFK. As we've talked about before, he has some extreme views on public health, although in his confirmation hearings, he tried hard to distance himself from them, pushing the idea that if confirmed, he'd steer away from his controversial views on things like vaccines and would instead prioritise health and wellness.
Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the president, to Congress, and to the American people.
Yeah, that was his pitch. Which does make sense, doesn't it? It'd probably be harder to get confirmed if he admitted that he's a rabid conspiracy theorist who, among other things, has suggested psychiatric drugs may cause school shootings, that Anthony Fauci was engaged in a historic coup d'etat against Western democracy, insisted that he won't take sides on what happened on 9/11, and thinks it's acceptable to go barefoot on an airplane. That is true. He took off his shoes and socks on, wait for it, a trip to the bathroom. Here is a photo of it, and I know I literally just said 9/11 out loud, but RFK, dragging his urine-soaked free-range piggies through first class, is literally the worst thing to ever happen in American airspace. But regardless, that whole I just care about Americans' health argument appealed to a lot of skeptics at that hearing, and he even won over Senator Bill Cassidy, a medical doctor who previously expressed concerns about Kennedy's stance on vaccines. And I know there are some out there who still think, well, RFK's weird about vaccines, but he knows a lot about health-related issues. But you would be surprised by just how wildly wrong he can be when he is spouting alarming, official-sounding statistics.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. When I was a kid, I always say this, a typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
Okay, so here's the thing. All the numbers you just heard him say are bullshit. Americans don't buy 70% of the drugs on Earth. We buy around 6%. 15% of American youth aren't on ADHD meds. Estimates put it closer to 5%. 1 in 3 kids don't have diabetes. It's actually 0.35%, or 1 in 285 kids. And the rate of diabetes in China is roughly 12%, not, as I think you already know, 50%. Half of all the people in China do not have diabetes. And look, we have asked our researchers to fact-check some dumb shit before on this show. Last year, we literally emailed J.D. Vance's team to ask, has Senator Vance ever had sex with a couch? And has Senator Vance ever had sex with any other furniture or household items? But somehow that was still less embarrassing than writing to multiple diabetes experts this week and asking, do half the people in China have diabetes? And in return, getting a bunch of versions of no, and one response from a doctor that called Kennedy's statement ludicrous, adding, these stats might be related to the worm in his brain. And when you get key information about problems that wrong, you're probably going to fuck up any attempt at a solution. And that's not even the biggest issue with Kennedy's approach, because for all his loud talk of making America healthy again, some of the cuts he's overseen are going to do the exact opposite of that. Because while he made a big show this week of claiming he'd eliminate 8 dyes from foods like Fruit Loops, which, fine, he's been much quieter about his decision to fire everyone at the CDC's Office of Smoking and Health, even though smoking remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease. As one former head of that agency has said, shutting it down is the greatest gift to the tobacco industry in the last half-century. With another former worker saying, if you're really worried about the ingredients in cereal, wait until you find out about the thousands of chemicals that are contained in cigarettes. And exactly, just ask the Trix rabbit. He smoked 3 packs a day for the last 30 years, and he was just diagnosed with lung cancer. And it wasn't eating Trix that did it. He has 3 months to live. He's gonna die. In fact, for all RFK's self-promotion as being a scourge of Big Pharma and Big Food, he has just taken a buzzsaw to the regulatory agency whose job it was to keep them in line. And yet, there is one area where he is flooding attention and resources, despite it being the area that he had promised he'd stay away from, and that is sowing doubt about vaccines. He pushed out the top vaccine regulator at the FDA, who claimed Kennedy's team requested he turn over data on cases of brain swelling and deaths caused by the measles vaccine, something that was hard to do since, as he pointed out, that data doesn't exist because there have been no such confirmed cases in the US. But that is not all. Kennedy has also been making some very bold promises like this.
We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
Okay, so first, there is no autism epidemic. There are autism diagnoses for people who are autistic, and it is pretty bold to claim you're going to get a definitive answer to something that people have been studying for decades by September. Almost as bold as admitting to dumping a bear corpse in Central Park, your daughter telling the world you decapitated a whale with a chainsaw, and yet still having the audacity to make a highlight reel on Instagram that simply says, "Animals, keep their fucking name out of your fucking mouth." Most people agree. The vast majority of the rise in autism diagnoses is due to there being more research, better awareness, and more access for people to get an accurate diagnosis. That is what can happen when you put time and money into health services. But RFK has persisted in treating the rise in diagnoses as a tragedy, and the way he talks about autistic people in general can be utterly dehumanizing.
Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children, and we need to put an end to it.
Fuck you! And I've got to say, it is pretty telling that you are so divorced from any semblance of humanity that paying taxes is your first example of a fulfilling life. It may surprise you, but most parents don't actually hold their newborn baby for the first time and say, "There's my future taxpayer." I can't wait until you get your first 1099 and therefore have any value as a human being. A Gucci, Gucci, goo. And to be clear, lots of autistic people can do the things RFK listed there. In fact, Marianne Eloise, an autistic poet, responded to those remarks with, "I would love to read RFK's poetry if he could share it," adding, "I am not familiar with his work." But also, even if someone can't play baseball or write a poem or needs assistance using the toilet, they're still a person, and their life still has dignity and value. And as autistic advocates and journalists have noted, if Kennedy actually wanted to improve their lives, there are things he could be prioritising, from research into how autistic people die needlessly from epilepsy episodes to fixing our onerous system to provide around-the-clock care services. You know, the sort of programmes he's been taking a fucking hatchet to. So yeah, there are good reasons to have doubts about RFK's plan to tackle autism, even before you learn who he's bringing in to help him. Because among those he's turning to is David Geyer. He's a long-time vaccine sceptic who Kennedy recently hired to head a study of immunisations and autism. Geyer and his dad, seen here moments after telling each other, "I love you," have published papers claiming vaccines increase the risk of autism, something that has been thoroughly debunked, as we've already walked through at length before on this show. Much of their research was conducted in what his dad called a world-class lab, every bit as good as anything at NIH, but apparently was in his house in a room that had wall-to-wall carpeting and faux wood panelling. Here is the two of them in that home lab. So no red flags there, just two regular dudes knocking out experiments in what looks like a 1970s jack shack. And their conclusions have been shockingly transparent bullshit. Guy's dad was often called to testify in court, and over the years, judges called his testimony, among other things, intellectually dishonest and at best negligent, if not a fraud on the court. In fact, by the time he died, his medical licenses had been suspended or revoked in at least 10 states. As for his son, that is luckily not a concern because, fun fact, he was disciplined by Maryland regulators for practicing medicine without a licence. And while I do not know what the ideal qualifications are to run the nation's new inquiry into vaccines and autism, I'm assuming playing doctor for a while before getting caught isn't one of them. Not only is he not a doctor, he doesn't even play one on TV. Now more than ever, this is literally just some fucking guy. And if you're thinking, this is all going to end badly, it's already heading that way. As you undoubtedly know, measles is currently ripping across the country. As of taping, it has spread to at least 30 states, which is obviously bad because it can cause pneumonia, swelling of the brain, and 1 or 2 deaths per 1,000 people. So far, 3 people have died, 2 of them children, meaning the country's now seen the first paediatric measles death in 22 years. And RFK's response has been a long way from ideal. He initially called the outbreak not unusual, which it very much is. And even when he wrote an op-ed acknowledging the benefits of the MMR vaccine, he made sure to say that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, and he has been recklessly pushing alternative theories and remedies.
Well, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the vaccine does protect children against measles. He also touts vitamin A as an effective therapy, writing in an op-ed last week, vitamin A can dramatically reduce measles mortality.
What is the cure for measles? Your measles is chicken soup and vitamin A.
OK, first, chicken soup is not a cure for anything. It is floating meat water parents trick their kids into eating by saying that it'll make them feel better. And that is only because the only way to get a child to eat anything is just to lie to them. Spider-Man eats broccoli all the time. Apples make you jump high. Santa Claus made these eggs, and if you don't eat them, he will kill himself. Kids will believe the dumbest shit, and apparently so will the head of the nation's health services. And while that clip was from a few years ago, Kennedy is still pushing vitamin A as a measles treatment, which seems to have had consequences given multiple children in West Texas have been treated for vitamin A toxicity stemming from at-home attempts to treat measles. And all the while, Kennedy's funding cuts have hampered states' ability to mitigate this outbreak. Vaccination efforts in multiple states have been cancelled, including in places like Dallas, which had to cancel 50 vaccination clinics, including events specifically targeting schools with low immunisation rates, proving once and for all that the city of Dallas and anyone from the Kennedy family simply do not mix well. And it's not just measles. Whooping cough cases are also soaring right now, and multiple people have died of it in recent months, including 2 infants. The CDC's also been tracing an outbreak of hepatitis in Florida, but their lab that tests samples was just shut down, even though the kind of genetic tracing it performs is not conducted by any other lab in the US or indeed the world. And on top of all that, as we've mentioned, there are currently real concerns about bird flu spreading among wildlife and its potential to spread among humans. That could be a total disaster. This Colorado veterinarian has been sounding the alarm about bird flu for a while now, and she is only getting more concerned.
Do we have enough information about how this virus is spreading?
I would say today, no. At present, we're given a stick, and they put a blindfold on us, and we're sent into a gunfight, and we're losing. We are losing.
Well, that is terrifying, and I really hope the worst-case scenario doesn't happen here, if for no other reason that I so badly do not want to get stuck in that white void again, slowly losing my mind while talking to myself and occasionally a passive-aggressive face that seems to hate me. Don't send me back in there! The point is, these are just some of the current crises. The damage that radiates out from the wholesale gutting of HHS is only going to compound over time. We talked to Dr. Georges Benjamin, the Executive Director of the American Public Health Association, not a man given to hyperbole. And he told us, when you go to a restaurant, I cannot guarantee that the food you're going to eat is safe. And if there's a foodborne outbreak, I cannot guarantee there's going to be a mechanism to come in and do the investigative work to understand how you got sick. I can't tell you that if there's a train derailment tomorrow, that there'll be an entity that can come in and assess, both in short and long term, what your exposure from toxic materials is. If there is an Ebola outbreak, we will not have the capacity, federal, state or local, to get our hands around it quickly enough. It was a really uplifting conversation. And look, I'm not saying that our system was perfect before this. Over the years, we've done multiple stories about shortcomings in various parts of HHS, but our solution was always, it needs to be strengthened, and not, hey, here's a good idea, let's cut its budget and put a dipshit screaming aha in charge. But unfortunately, it feels right now we're all about to get a harsh lesson in what each part of our public health system does as it gets taken away. Which is sort of like finding out what each of your organs does as someone removes them one by one. I'll be honest, in the course of working on this piece, we called a lot of people who've either worked for these agencies or rely on them. Sometimes they were people we've talked to multiple times over the years on various stories. They include many doctors and scientists who are, by profession, not alarmists. They can be endearingly and sometimes annoyingly measured in everything that they say, but they've been utterly shattered by the last few months. When we started making calls after the election, they sounded alarmed, but they were still holding off judgment, saying, well, let's just see how this goes. But more recently, those same people have been telling us flat out, this is a disaster. People will die because of the mistakes we're making right now. That leader of the APHA recently put out a statement that read in part, as a physician, I pledge to first do no harm and to speak up when I see harm being done by others. Secretary Kennedy is a danger to the public's health and should resign or be fired. And look, I am not a physician or a scientist, despite admittedly looking like the child of Dr. Bunsen Honeydew and Beaker of the Muppets. But I completely agree. RFK needs to go, and by impeachment if necessary. To the extent any senators like Bill Cassidy were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I still cannot believe that they thought they could do that, that grace period is emphatically over because too much damage has already been done. This is a man who is clearly in way over his worm-riddled head. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know who he's fired. He doesn't even know how many diabetic people there are in China. And if that wasn't bad enough, he's currently spreading dangerous nonsense and gutting life-saving research, all while bringing in a basement quack. RFK in this job is dangerous. In fact, if I may quote every single passenger in the cabin of his ill-advised, piss-footed walkabout, there is something deeply wrong with this guy, and we need to stop him before he makes us all fucking sick.
When there's no rule of law because the courts don't constrain anything anybody does, then what determines what happens in a country? It's whatever Trump burps out after his breakfast in terms of what he decides the law is going to be. That's authoritarianism.
This is Stacey Abrams with Assembly Required. Last week marked 100 days of Republican control of the United States government. In 100 days, we have witnessed the erosion of not simply our democratic norms, but the nearly uninterrupted rise of contempt for everything we once celebrated about our nation, about our people. We have a president who willfully ignores human rights and civil rights, while he profits from schemes that would make a con man blush. We have a complicit Congress that has abandoned its basic obligations to serve the people rather than accrue their own power. We have a judiciary that is grappling with the fruits of its own permissiveness, although recent decisions do show some sign of patriotic intent. But in the midst of counting up the ways Republicans have made our nation weaker, our people more vulnerable, and our values more tenuous, we here at Assembly Required have tried to do a little bit more than just catalog all the wrong. We've attempted to deconstruct the attacks and demystify the processes that they're using so that we can navigate this moment together and so we can imagine what might be next, what we can build next. One of the most effective ways to survive where we are, though, to build what we need to imagine what we can, is to understand that while this political moment might feel new, feel fraught, feel unwieldy, there is nothing about what we're facing that is original. This isn't new. It is news, but it's not new. Because while this administration and this Republican iteration and its enablers pose a uniquely current threat, our nation has actually had its fair share of far-right fascist instigators and anti-democratic, inhumane movements. We've been here before. Each one of those times has left a dangerous legacy that lingers. And because we don't remember, we seem surprised when it starts again. But not one of those cowards or their minions has ever been so insurmountable that all hope and all progress has been lost. We have won before, and we can win again. We are a resilient people. And each time we have faced these internal hazards in our past, we know that there were patriots willing to do whatever they could to mitigate the harm and fight the destruction from what happened in our far past, our near past, and yesterday. We know how to fight back. We just have to remember. You see, every time this happens, everyday Americans, whether they are freed or enslaved, whether they are native or not, whether they are immigrant or native born, we have always had people in this country who saw themselves as part of the solution and refused to let the problem overwhelm them. We have people who understood that they could become activists and politicians, that they were freedom fighters, and that they were protectors of democracy and the people democracy serves. They took risks, they stood up, they stepped up, and they inched us towards a better future. So, what can we learn from their battles, from our 249-year-old history? What can we learn that can guide our strategy and still our resolve? As I thought about this, as I thought about what we faced and where we are, I could not think of anyone better to have this conversation with than our guest today. She is not only one of the most dedicated truth tellers who's helping audiences weather our modern day political tumult, she is an acute observer of history. And that's why I am thrilled to welcome host of MSNBC's The Rachel Maddow Show and author of the #1 New York Times bestselling book, Prequel, An American Fight Against Fascism, the one and only, the brilliant Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow, it is such a joy to have you on the show. Thank you for joining Assembly Required.
It's great to be here, Stacey. It's really great to see you.
Well, the last time I saw you, we were on stage talking about your extraordinary book, Prequel, which should also be called Preview and Prescient. And I wish you'd kept it to yourself, because we are now in a time where what you talk about so eloquently in that book is coming to pass. And so I want to really spend today just picking your brain on behalf of everyone listening. You've studied authoritarian movements both in the US and abroad, and Prequel, which is came out in paperback on May 6th. Make sure you go pick it up. Your podcast, Ultra, explores both America's battle with fascism in the 20th century, but also the efforts that people made to stop it. And we spend time on this podcast really talking about how do we step back from the deluge of news, and how do we instead turn to history to learn more about not only the present moment, but how we make it through. So you are the perfect guest, because I think what you do is constantly remind us that we've been here before, and if not in this exact moment, in some iteration of it. So can you start today's conversation by sharing why you think learning about our history is so particularly important right now, given the mood of this country?
I think the bottom line basic thing that kind of brought me to this type of work is that fascism is really boring. Strong men are really boring. They are the same story everywhere and every time. They all look the same. They're all trying to do the same kind of things. They all follow the exact same playbook, whether it's in, Hungary or Russia or Italy or Germany or the Philippines or Brazil or India or wherever it is, and whatever time period you're talking about. And that's also true for American fascists in the various eras in which we've had to fight them. And so my job is to follow the news of what's coming out of the White House and what Trump and the Trump movement are trying to do. And I get that we need to stay up on that. But I also find it entirely predictable and very much of a sort of set piece. What is less, I think, well-trod ground, and something that we I think really benefit from learning more about, is the different successful ways that people have fought guys like this in other countries and in our history. And so the prequel of the title of the book is about the previous generations of Americans who have successfully fought American fascists before us. And that's who we have to learn from. I do think we have to learn from other countries, both in our era and in previous eras. But we've got American stories to tell about it too. And it's actually helpful that strong men are always the same. You know what I mean? It excuses us from having to pay that much attention to their latest provocations. Like, I can tell you the next 15 things Trump's going to do too, because they all do the same thing. But fighting back is where the real news is. And that's really the moment that we're in right now. It's not the Trump movement. The moment that we're in right now is that we are the latest generation of Americans who is defeating fascism. And that's the work of our time.
So let's talk about language. So you and I, when we spoke last year, we talked about the distinction between being a Nazi and what fascism is. And in these days, we're having a lot of conversation about fascism and authoritarianism, tyranny. Can you talk about the language that best describes the moment we're in? And what are the distinctions? In short, like, how should we be using or not using these terms to describe what's happening right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. My feelings about the sort of linguistic specificity we should use have kind of changed over time. I used to get really itchy about, people using despot wrong. And now I sort of feel like, you know what, whatever you want to call it, potato, we all know what we're talking about. I can talk about it in the specific in terms of what we're seeing. When you see somebody democratically elected, acknowledged, into a bifurcated system of government, or in our case, a trifurcated system of government where we've got 3 co-equal branches of government, and they attempt to arrogate all power to themselves. It's Congress's job to create agencies and to fund programs and fund agencies, and therefore to close agencies or defund programs or agencies. That's Congress's job. When the president arrogates that power to himself, he's trying to marginalize Congress and render it irrelevant. He's trying to disempower Congress. When a president not just denigrates judges, but talks about judges as having no power over the executive branch, not just talking about impeaching judges, but talking about ignoring what courts order him to do, that is an executive trying to sideline, undermine, denigrate, and ultimately neutralize the power of that branch of government. And so Trump is consolidating power in the executive, trying to eliminate our co-equal branches. Okay, so that's authoritarian. That means you have an authoritarian leader who rules by fiat. When there's no rule of law because the courts don't constrain anything anybody does, then what determines what happens in a country? It's whatever Trump burps out after his breakfast in terms of what he decides the law is going to be. That's authoritarianism. Now, I think in terms of understanding the use of the term fascist, it's a very provocative term, and I understand that some people don't want us to use it, but one of the defining features of fascism is that the authoritarian leader seeks to collapse civil society and indeed the economy and the business world into his consolidated system of power. So there's not allowed to be any form of civil society competition in terms of what counts as a source of authority, a source of expertise. Business leaders and everybody in the economy is expected to go along with his whims, tariffs, and anything else that he wants. I mean, that's the hallmark of a fascist leader, is that there is nothing in the society except the state, and the state all goes to the authority, all ultimately goes to the impulses of one man. And so I think we're there. I don't think we don't have to talk about the threat of authoritarianism now. We're living through it. But the public gets a vote, both literally and in the figurative sense, in which I mean it right now when we're not in an election cycle. Just because we've got an authoritarian seeking to consolidate power in this country and overthrow the system of government that we've had for 250 years doesn't mean by him trying he gets it. And the public is stopping him at this point from doing what he wants.
And I want to stay here for a second because I think there's a braiding together of what seem like disparate moments that you can help folks just really connect, which is the reason he's going after Perkins and Coie and Jenner and Block, and the reason there's this looming threat to nonprofit organizations, the reason they have hollowed out or attempted to hollow out the Park Service. It's not just that they don't like things. And yes, you have this banner of the deep state as a justification, but these are all things that you do. If you want to collapse civil society, you collapse those who provide services, those who defend the provision of those services, and those who fund the gap between those services being provided and the needs that get unmet. Can you talk a little bit about how we should take each of these moments and understand why this is not unique to America, but why it is specific to America's version of fascism?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I think the ruining of the government, what they're doing in terms of just wrecking stuff, I feel like they made an error in the way they sequenced that.
Okay. Do tell.
Well, I think, and not just like an oops error, like oops, we accidentally fired the people who handle nuclear weapons. Like, yes, like errors like that. I actually mean strategically they messed up, because ultimately, what does a dictator want? What does an authoritarian want? They want to get rid of the rule of law so that they can discredit, criminalize, exile, or kill their opposition. They want to make it either impossible or illegal or uncomfortable to oppose them even outside the political system. And they want to be able to take what they want for themselves. Everywhere and always, every authoritarian leader is the richest person in his country.
Yep.
And if not, it's the richest person in his country is among his oligarchic center. And these guys want to turn the power and riches of the United States of America into a conveyor belt to enrich themselves. And they don't see any other use for the government besides that. And to the extent that the government does anything other than enrich them, they don't value it and they don't want it and they'd like it to go away. The problem is that they started doing that right out of the gate in the first 100 days. And the American people, turns out, like Head Start and like Meals on Wheels and like Social Security and like veterans benefits and like all the other things that they are wrecking. We like our national parks. We like there to be, veterans burial services, which they tried to kill off, right? We like there to be cancer research. We like there to be all of these things. And it's no surprise that an authoritarian movement would try to get rid of them. But you would expect them to try to get rid of them once they had rendered it impossible to protest against them in public, once they had fully criminalized political opposition to themselves, once they had eliminated real elections as any threat of getting them out of office, including not just the guy at the top, but everybody in the legislative branch who needs to ostensibly support them. And they screwed up there. And the American people have taken back as much ground as they can on those things and are really up on their hind legs and pissed about a lot of the stuff that he's doing to wreck the government. And they have no defense against it.
Assembly Required with Stacey Abrams is brought to you by OneSkin. I use OS1's face and eye care regimen, especially at night, because it can help remove the day's makeup in a few easy steps. I like that it helps keep my skin hydrated and feeling fresh, and that I don't need a complicated routine to take care of my skin. A few pumps of cleanser, dots of moisturizer, and a pat of eye cream is all I need. OneSkin's proprietary OS1 peptide is the first ingredient proven to switch off the damaged senescent cells that cause lines, wrinkles, and thin, crepey skin. Free from over 1,500 chemicals and preservatives that can make skin red, irritated, or itchy, their products are certified safe for sensitive skin, dermatologist tested, and approved by independent testing platforms like SkinSafe. Founded and led by an all-woman team of skin longevity scientists, OneSkin's products are backed by extensive lab and clinical data to validate their efficacy and safety on all skin types. They've got over 6,300 five-star reviews for their full line of face, body, sun, and travel-sized products. OneSkin is the world's first skin longevity company. By focusing on the cellular aspects of aging, OneSkin keeps your skin looking and acting younger for longer. For a limited time, you can try OneSkin with 15% off using code ASSEMBLY at oneskin.co. That's 15% off oneskin.co with code ASSEMBLY. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please show your support for our show and tell them we sent you. Give your skin the scientifically proven, gentle care it deserves with OneSkin. Assembly Required with Stacey Abrams is brought to you by Aura Frames. Mother's Day is coming up, and picking out a unique gift to give mom may seem like an impossible task. If there's one gift that shows her you're thinking about her and staying connected no matter where you are in the world, this Mother's Day, give her a window into the world she's helped you create, pictures and memories that you can share. Aura frames come with unlimited storage, so you can share as many photos as you want from your phone to Mom's Aura frame. Not only will she be grateful it's not another sweater, she'll also love that an Aura frame means she gets to see more of you. Aura has a great deal for Mother's Day. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver matte frame. That's AURA frames.com. Promo code ASSEMBLY. Support the show by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions apply. I mean, ultimately, this is about power, about how it's acquired, how it's used, and to your point, to what end. And in this case, it seems to be in the person of the president, it's to the end of self-aggrandizement and self-enrichment. But I would argue that in many ways, there's a Republican Party corollary that is most represented by Russell Vought and what he's doing through OMB, which is less about economic power and more about imposing a vision of America that reaggregates power to a very specific Christian nationalism, anti-humanity narrative. And I mean, it's gotten a lot of attention because of the speed and severity of what they've done through the presidency. But I think there's this strain of Republican orthodoxy that is decades in the making. And I'm going to push on your historical knowledge that is vast and kind of overwhelming. And I'm thinking about how Ronald Reagan started to shift the party's narrative on orthodoxy starting in the 1976 Republican National Convention when he went in on abortion and a few other issues and really changed the narrative, or how the decimation of the Voting Rights Act in 2013 was presaged in the day after the passage of the VRA in 1965. Can you talk about how we are seeing echoes of not just a Trump authoritarianism, but a Republican Party embrace of authoritarianism and fascism, and what that means for who we are today?
Yeah, I mean, I think I see these things not so much as a continuum, but as a sort of dovetailing of interests.
Okay.
Right. So I think that we have seen the Republican Party recognize from the time that you and I were born, roughly, that they were heading into, both demographically and ideologically, into a minority position from which they were never really going to recover. And so that meant voting restrictions, that meant the idea of voting as a privilege rather than as a right and as a political favor to be doled out to favored groups and withheld from others. It meant a sort of reimagining of the civil rights movement as a cultural Marxist overthrow effort from the real white America, rather than being an effort to try to bring Americans of every hue into equal legal standing, and that is its own project, and that has a slightly different tone to it than we don't want there to be a Congress anymore, and we don't believe there really ought to be courts that are anything other than window dressing. We just want there to be one guy in charge, and we don't want him to face election to be removed from office, because any election that removes him from office is by definition illegitimate. Like those things work together very well when you start to weaken the idea of democratic accountability. But it's still a leap to go from weakening it to ending it and to arguing against elections, which is the movement that's holding the White House right now. And so, all of these things help. Denigrating government helps. Stoking not just racial resentment, but hopefully racially specific legal representation in terms of your protections under the Constitution. That certainly helps. And a form of hostility to expertise and a hostility to education, particularly higher education. All that stuff works very, very well together. But we have taken a leap with this movement. The movement that's in the White House right now is much more like the insurgent fascist movements that I covered in Prequel in the late 1930s and early 1940s than it is a continuation of Reaganism, I think.
So talk about what you see as both a distinction and then what should we be learning? Like, what are the tactics that they're employing that we may not understand are echoing their history and create this dovetail?
Yeah, part of how sometimes you go to the doctor and you've got something going on and you don't know what it is, and the doctor suggests, like, well, let me give you this antibiotic or this treatment and we'll see if it cures it, and then that will tell us what you have. I sort of feel like a little bit of the same way about fascism. Like, it's a nasty infection, but how do we cure it? That might be the way that we figure out exactly what it is. And for me, I'm interested not only in what Americans before us have done. And that, the story in Prequel is the story about prosecutors and journalists and activists of a really specific stripe, basically spies infiltrating that movement, how they did their work to try to discredit and ultimately bring down the people who in this country who were trying to overthrow our democracy and try to get us to join World War II on the side of the Nazis. But we've also got these other more recent examples from other countries that are, I think, really helpful. Like if you look at France, both what France had to do in the 1930s and what France has had to do recently against the fascist party represented by Marine Le Pen is that they had to do democratic organizing along popular front lines. So they had to reorganize French politics to say, you know what? We disagree on everything. We have been at each other's throats on everything. We can't stand each other personally, and all of our policy objectives are at odds, except we're against fascism and we want to preserve
something we like.
We want to preserve the Republic. And on that ground alone, we will join together for the purposes of a popular front, democratic, pro-democracy, anti-fascist movement. And we will block the fascists from power. France has had to do that multiple times. I feel like we could learn from that in this country. All these people who say that the moment that's happening right now, the most important thing in politics is like the Democratic Party figuring out its position on light rail or whatever. Just like, nah, who cares? Like, let's fight about light rail next year.
Next year. Make sure that freedom of movement is still possible before we figure out how we get there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's that, I think in Poland, which recently fended off something, I think very similar to ours in terms of a essentially fascist and authoritarian movement that was going to take power by democratic means, and in fact did take power. How did they oust that authoritarian movement in Poland? By street demonstrations, by a peaceful, large, repetitive culture of street demonstrations against it that ultimately the government had to cede to and recognize that they had not persuaded the people, they did not have the support of the people, and they were going to have to change. In Russia, where the Russian opposition continues to inspire me every day, despite the fact that Putin is in power today and will be for a long while yet, I think the thing that we have learned from then, particularly from Navalny's movement, is to never stop reporting on their corruption. Because authoritarians everywhere are always stealing. The whole point is that they capture the state for their own purposes and for their own family and their own cronies, and they rob everybody blind. And public opinion matters even in dictatorships, perhaps especially in dictatorships when there aren't other democratic means of feedback towards the leader. And no matter what the leader is doing to try to keep the public on his side, nobody likes to be stolen from. And nobody likes to know that the guy in charge is pooping in a golden toilet because he's kept the rest of the country poor so that he can become a trillionaire. And all of those tactics, the street demonstrations, the Popular Front small d democratic organizing, the focus on corruption, the protection of the courts, the protection of journalists, the willingness to be brave and intrepid against these guys. You have to do it all.
Right.
And you never know, and no one piece of it is ever going to work. The only thing that we know doesn't work is doing nothing. But you got to do all of those things all at once. All different kinds of people are activated and called upon to do all sorts of things for their country right now. And if you haven't already joined something or gone to a demonstration or contacted your member of Congress or started to run for something or become a spy fricking infiltrating your local Proud Boys group, like, you're not meeting the moment, frankly. We've all got something to do.
Well, we could end the show right now, but we're not going to. We're going to keep talking. So you've used the phrase popular front a lot, and that raises for me the issue of populism. And we know one of the things I loved about Prequel is how you trace the rise and fall of Huey Long, who was, a populist who gets credit in the South, particularly for some of the very real social justice advances that he made. But they were undermined by the hyper-authoritarianism, state capture that he also oversaw. Can you talk a little bit about Huey Long? And then I want to contrast that with the argument that Trump is or is not a populist. And you've said he isn't. I agree with you, but want to dive there. But let's start with Huey Long. Can you tell our audience a little bit about Huey Long of the great state of Louisiana?
So Huey Long is, I feel like he ought to loom a lot larger in American political understanding. I do think he looms large in the South for obvious reasons, and particularly in Louisiana. You can't look at the state capitol without knowing that he built it and put his own personal apartment at the top of it.
He did.
But Huey Long was the governor of Louisiana, and Stacey, when you say that he has sort of populist achievements to his name. One of the reasons that he was so popular is that he made school books free in Louisiana, and he built roads and bridges. He put paved roads in Louisiana at a time when they did not have them. And he did a lot of stuff that had practical help to people. He built hospitals. He also robbed the state blind.
Yes.
And used an unofficial heavily armed cadre of gangsters and thugs who he called the Skull Crushers to physically abuse, kidnap, and in some cases allegedly murder people who got in his way and who were his opponents. He was definitely a l'état c'est moi kind of guy. Like, he believed that the whole government was him. He effectively bribed and intimidated the state legislature into just working for him. And ultimately, in the 1930s, Franklin Roosevelt in Washington feared the competition, the electoral competition of precisely one person in the United States, and that was Huey Long. And had Huey Long not been assassinated, that's who FDR worried the most about beating him out for the presidency, because of his talent for arrogating power to himself, but also for his ability, his skill at oratory, at selling his ideas, at selling the idea of a populist champion of the people, and doing some stuff to back it up in terms of providing people with some of the stuff they needed. But the observers of the time, like the best biography of Huey Long, the subtitle of it is like America's Rehearsal for Dictatorship. He really was openly described as America's Hitler. Yeah. I think we are losing something in terms of protecting our democracy if we don't recognize that the guy who comes from the far right or from anywhere after Donald Trump, who's going to be more talented at actual populism and at actually delivering some things for people, is going to be an even bigger threat to our democracy than Trump and all his incompetence is ever going to be.
So talk about why Trump is not a populist and why you reject this framing of him under this banner. Populism has been used globally to, through legitimate means, install these men, these strong men who become these fascist leaders. But I share your very strong disdain for the notion that Trump is a populist. But for those who don't know what the language actually reflects, talk a little bit about why you think he's not.
The idea basically is that you've got a leader who says, like, screw all the elites. I'm for the common man, and we're going to have government that's all about the least among us and the regular people and the real people of this country. And we're going to take things back for regular people. And certainly Trump is a talented campaigner. campaigner along those lines, like some of his language. But he's only been in office 100-something days, and it was a real quick trip from make America wealthy again to you only get 2 dolls.
Yes, and one pencil.
And one pencil, and you should be happy to have those. I mean, that is not a populist sentiment, let's just say. I mean, the idea that he was going to make everybody rich and that he was the guy on TV who you saw with conspicuous consumption, but he was a regular guy too, and he can't spell, and that's cool, and he's just like you, except he's the guy who made it, and we're all going to make it just like Trump. Well, not anymore. You know, the idea of... I think that idea was an effective campaigning technique for him. But in office, for him to be telling people, yeah, my economic policies are really going to ruin Christmas. And you're not going to be able to buy anything for your kids. And cars are going to get really expensive. And this is going to be really painful. But it's okay because it's my idea. Like, it's just the opposite of populism. But I'm curious, Stacey, as to why you... on the populism line, like why it's been chafing for you so much as well.
Similarly, it's that populism is usually guised as an attempt to make your life better and that I am one with you. A populist doesn't often invite NBC News in to watch his gold-plated, refurbishing of the Oval Office. There's a lack of connectivity to humanity, a lack of connectivity to people. And to your point, it was a great campaign slogan that even then rung a little hollow, but in its actualization, you don't run a crypto scheme out of the White House as a populist moment unless you're inviting everyone to make money from their own, Bitcoin. You don't run a populist movement that says we're going to collapse the economy so that the people I like have to come and beg me for what they need. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the dynamic. And I think it's so important for us to know what the words mean. It's why I love the fact that you spend so much time explaining and pulling out. These are what they are saying. And this is what it actually should sound like and look like so that we understand what to be aware of for the next time. So to your point, when the next guy, and I think we can name at least 2 or 3 of the, contenders to the throne, when they start to distance themselves from his behavior, when they become champions of Medicaid as a pretext for why he did it wrong, but I'm really the person you were looking for. I am the one you were waiting for. When I opposed this tax cut for trillionaires so I could make sure that state capture got to continue at a lower hum, that's the person I'm afraid of. And it's one of the reasons I get very concerned when we focus all of our attention and ire on Trump himself, as opposed to on the Republican Party and a larger set of orthodoxies that are creating the space, not for him to have a third term, but for there to be a fundamental shift in what we understand America to be.
That's right. That's right. And that's why, again, going back to, I think, what is a really thin and in most cases navel-gazing discourse about what's going on in the Democratic Party. I mean, right now, the Popular Front idea is, listen, like in America, the idea is this. You compete in the political arena, and if you lose, you leave office and you don't get killed. And you're allowed to compete again on the basis of your ideas. And your ideas are mostly about helping people have better lives. And us being a good country that keeps to our word and follows the rule of law and where it isn't dangerous to participate in civic life. Like, okay, if we're all there, like we got lots of different ideas about how to best serve the people, but let's fight about how to best serve the people. Let's not fight about whether or not you're allowed to exist in this country if you ever disapprove or criticize something that the dear leader once uttered because he saw it in a movie and thought it was real. I mean, there's a simplicity to the idea of democratic governance that is, I think, noble in some. I mean, I'm a person of faith. I think that it is in some ways divinely inspired, but the basic idea is that there is no God among us. We are citizens who are equals. Our liberty is given to us by God, and the government is supposed to protect our liberty, and advance our ability to pursue happiness. And it's like, you know what? Like, let's just, if we start there, 90% of the people in this country are there. And the 10% of the people or 12% of the people who are strongly in favor of what Trump is doing right now and like the idea of there being some sort of dynastic, non-constitutional monarchy in this country where it's just Trump and his kids who rule us forever, like, I'm willing to defeat them in argument. We don't need to defeat them in some sort of civil war. I think most people agree this is the wrong thing to do. And that's why in the history of polling, there has never, ever been an American president who has been less popular 100 days in than this president. It's because the public does not like this, does not like what he's doing. And I take great comfort in that.
I take comfort in it, but what worries me is our willingness to have our understanding and grasp of reality changed. So we watched Trump in his interview with NBC say, blithely, well, I don't know if the Constitution actually applies. You've got J.D. Vance, who espoused this idea that due process, despite the plain language of the 14th Amendment, that due process was never intended for anyone else, even though it doesn't say that. But I also pull back and think about Mike Lee a few years ago saying that he wasn't exactly sure that, everyone had the right to vote and that democracy was a good idea. And we've got these narrative threads that have been pulled through over the last 15 to 20 years that often come with this sort of pseudo-folksy notion that it's a reasonable position to question what we know our eyes to see and our ears to hear. And, you don't have to go to law school or read the Constitution or watch Schoolhouse Rock to wonder, well, maybe do they have a point? Like, part of my worry is that, and this goes to a point you made in another show about anti-intellectualism that's also rising. When you think about how authoritarianism rises, can you talk about how effective it is to make people question their own grasp on reality and how that's worked or it's been rebuffed?
Yeah, it's a really important point. And I feel like it seems like an esoteric point. So it's like one of these things that's like kind of hard to get around. I feel like, for me, there's sort of like four things that you watch for when a democracy is at risk of becoming an authoritarian system. And one is just the technical aspects of competing electorally, like when they are messing with the electoral structures, right? When it becomes hard or dangerous or contested to vote and have it counted as it was cast. That's one thing that you watch for. You watch for violence leaking into what should be a safe civic space in which people compete. And you watch for, ultimately, you watch for the idea that truth is something that nobody can count on anymore, right? That expertise is suspect, that journalism is an act of opposition and an act of Marxism and an act of evil. You watch for the idea that higher education is itself some sort of insidious thing against the nation. The idea that nothing is true, nothing is provable, there's no such thing as facts leading to obvious conclusions, puts you in a position pretty quickly where you're left to discern what's happening in the world based only on what people you trust tell you to believe. And you can't prove it yourself. And that's one very quick tick away from just go with your gut. And then you put yourself in the tender hands, the tender ministrations of the demagogue who tells you what your gut should tell you, right? Who dehumanizes his or her enemies and makes us think that the people who we previously thought of as our fellow citizens or our neighbors are instead the enemy. And it's just when you dislocate people from the idea of the truth, you end up very quickly putting people in a place where they can be manipulated into pretty evil stuff. And it's, again, like it's a boring tactic. It's the same tactic that we see in every generation, in every country, where they do all this stuff. They attack the journalists, they attack the intellectuals, they attack education, and they try to replace everything with propaganda, replace all rationality with emotion. And it's to get us to be pliant and confused so that we do what they tell us. And I think we're smart enough to resist it, but we do need to defend sources of authority and expertise and truth.
Assembly Required with Stacey Abrams is brought to you by bookshop.org. Whether you're looking for the perfect book to give mom for Mother's Day, speculative fiction that bends your mind, or an historical romance that tugs at your heartstrings, bookshop.org has you covered. Our current recommended read at Assembly Required is The Dictator's Learning Curve by William J. Dobson, which helps us understand how others around the world have met the challenges to democracy, and we can too. When you purchase from bookshop.org, you're supporting more than 2,000 local independent bookstores across the country, ensuring they'll continue to foster culture, curiosity, and a love of reading for generations to come. Big news for those of you with an e-reader. Bookshop.org has launched an e-book app. You can now support local independent bookstores even when you read digitally. Use code STACEY to get 10% off your next order at bookshop.org. That's code STACEY, STACEY, at bookshop.org. Well, one of the reasons that I wanted you today, and will follow you anywhere, is that, you know, on your podcast, in your book, on your show, you not only explicate the challenges, you highlight the heroes that pushed back. You just, encouraged our audience to infiltrate and become spies. Can you, but you're not just pulling that out of nowhere. Can you talk to us about people like Leon Lewis and John C. Metcalf and why they are as important in the story of how we resisted tyranny in the 30s and 40s, and what you think we can learn from them, and any other names you want to throw in there?
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. I mean, I just feel like there is, like, the bottom line, the takeaway from this is you never know what exactly your country is going to call on you to do. And there's places for all different kinds of heroism. And when we look back at the World War II era, we think about our armed forces going abroad and defeating fascism and making the world safe for democracy. But in Leon Lewis, in Los Angeles, he comes home as a World War I veteran, and he's Jewish, he's a lawyer, and he recognizes that what's happening in Los Angeles is that there is a fascist movement organizing in Los Angeles, in this case with direct support from the Nazi Party and ultimately the Nazi government in Germany. And they are organizing his fellow World War I veterans along the same lines that Hitler's movement did it in Germany. And he recognizes what's happening, sees the sort of populist appeal that's being made to these veterans about them not being well served by their country, and the veterans are the real Americans and they ought to get rid of democracy and stand up and use violence to get their way. We got to take this country back. And he sees where this is heading. And he organizes, he was a member of a bunch of different veterans groups. And he organizes, he was Jewish, but the veterans who he organized mostly weren't. They were mostly German Americans, Christian German Americans, who infiltrated the Silver Shirts and other Nazi militias and pro-Nazi militias in LA, and created this incredible private activist spy system in which they infiltrated all of these groups, got into the leadership, created very detailed dossiers of everything that they were planning, and then tried to interest law enforcement in what they had found. And that's some of the real drama. The FBI and people like the sheriff in LA and San Diego being like, we're not interested. We're actually on their sides. They're fighting the Jews and the communists. And by the way, who are you? But he stuck with it. It was at incredible danger to both himself and the guys who he had working in his spy system. And ultimately, when the Justice Department came around to recognizing, after there'd been a few explosions at munitions plants and other sabotage that made them realize this was a real threat, when the Justice Department came around to realizing actually this is a problem in this country, and there was finally a willing recipient for some of its information, they were able to hand over this stuff that made it possible to break these groups up. And some of it was through the FBI and the Justice Department. Some of it, interestingly, was from The Navy Intelligence Service had an interest in making sure that their own members weren't getting recruited to essentially become fifth columnists inside the U.S. Armed Forces. So we had like Marines stealing stuff from U.S. military armories and handing it to these Nazi militia groups, and these private spy groups that were spying on them ended up exposing that and handing. I mean, it's so dramatic. You can't believe that this isn't a movie already. Hopefully, it will be a movie. But those stories. Leon Lewis came home from World War I to be a lawyer in Los Angeles. He didn't expect to be a spy master, but when your country calls, you never know what they're going to need from you.
So let's talk about what happens next. You have very artfully and very effectively detailed the first 100 days, but you recently started talking about what's the next 100 days. What do you think we need to know about, and what are we to watch for in the next 100 days? And I want to widen the lens out from not just what's happening in this administration, but what's happening in our institutions, what's happening with Congress, what's happening with our courts. Please predict the next 100 days and tell us what to do.
No pressure, right?
Not at all.
I will tell you some things that I'm watching out for. One of them is that Trump has created a military zone along 3 states at the southern border. And I really just encourage your listeners to, whenever they hear something about the Trump administration or the government doing something that relates to immigration or that relates to the border or that is about, that is classified in the news as being that type of a story, just read that story without any attention to the fact that it's about immigrants or it's about the border, because everything that they are doing to immigrants and everything they're doing at the border is a dry run for what they want to do to everybody else, including U.S. citizens and the interior of this country. And so setting up a military zone where they've, for example, at Fort Huachuca in Arizona, they've declared that a non-contiguous miles-long strip of land in another state, in New Mexico, is technically part of Fort Huachuca in Arizona for the purposes of having active duty U.S. military personnel have arrest powers and crowd control powers inside that zone. I mean, just ignore the fact that it's at the border. What that is Trump giving active duty U.S. military the opportunity, the legal authority to arrest U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. That means he's got the U.S. military not on the border facing out, but on the border facing in at us. Like, that's a huge red flag, and it hasn't received a lot of attention, again, because I think it's getting shunted into this idea of like, oh, that's just about the border. The border is all of us, and immigrants are all of us, and there is no bright line between the treatment of immigrants and the treatment of citizens, and don't let them do stuff to immigrants that you would not accede to if they were doing it to you. So that is one. Another thing to watch for, I think, is now, coming into clearer focus, in part because of some good journalism, particularly at places like Wired magazine and at the Washington Post, which is the master database stuff that's happening. So the mystery about Doge and Elon Musk's role in government, as shambolic and stupid as it has been, is that for all of the mistakes they've made and all of the dumb stuff they've done and all the stuff that they've done that's had to be reversed, we can tell sort of what they're not doing. They're not saving money, right? The daily government spending is up under Trump compared to Joe Biden. It's not about saving money. It's also not about, cutting waste and fraud and abuse and rationalizing government spending. It's not that. With all of their embarrassing, even once they acknowledge our mistakes, they haven't fixed them, right? They haven't stopped doing any of those things. They haven't even slowed down in doing any of those things. So avoiding mistakes or doing anything rationally defensible to the government is not what's going on. What is the thing that they are actually doing? What is the purpose of what they're doing? It is accumulating data. It is getting personal data and sensitive data about every American and every person resident in this country and combining it so that it can be used by an authoritarian leader for his own purposes. Like that's the purpose of Doge. That is what they are doing. And the creation of a master file on everybody in the country is an authoritarian dream. And that is that needs to be stopped in every way that it can be stopped. It needs to be broken once they've assembled it. It needs to be undone. That is something that can't be ignored. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing that I would say is Social Security. We all know that they've been messing with Social Security, and it's had a reasonable amount of attention. But I want to just raise a flag on that for your listeners that is a slow motion disaster. And when you break Social Security, you are breaking things for people who have no other resources and nobody, in many cases, advocating on their behalf. And it is their one lifeline, and they're breaking and messing with that lifeline. And so what they are doing to Social Security, the way they have broken it already, is going to be fatal in this country. And it is up to us as Americans who have resources and who have neighbors and who have family members and who are connected to communities to make sure that elderly and disabled people who need Social Security are not killed by them messing with it and by them interrupting those services and making it impossible for people to get help when they've got trouble with their Social Security payments. And we've got to do some emergency community response. In the way that people have been standing up for immigrants who've been snatched off the streets, we need to stand up for people in our own communities, look in on our elderly and disabled to make sure that what they're doing to Social Security isn't killing people. And we've got to make some people pay politically for what they've done to mess with that, because they are hurting the most vulnerable people in our country. And as Americans, it's our heart, it is our soul, it is something that as people of faith or just as people of civic decency cannot abide. And we've got to protect those people right now, right away.
Rachel Maddow, thank you so much for joining us today on Assembly Required. As always on Assembly Required, we like to give our listeners actionable tools for facing the challenges of today. So here's this week's toolkit, in which we encourage you to be curious, solve problems, and do good. Be curious. As we learned from my conversation with Rachel Maddow, history can be an extremely useful tool to help us navigate the present. So pick up her book, Prequel, now available in paperback anywhere books are sold. Also, I encourage you to pick up our Assembly Required recommended read, The Dictator's Learning Curve by William J. Dobson, which chronicles a number of the resistance movements in recent years, the ones that Rachel referenced. Number 2, let's solve some problems. The best thing we can do right now is show up, use our voices, and make it clear to our representatives that we need to put a stop to the Republican Party's numerous assaults on democracy and our people. And we can do this at the local, state, and federal levels. There are 2 key ways to do this. The first is a method that is tried and true and absolutely consistent with the spirit of the show. Call your elected officials. Be they Democrat, Republican, Independent, it doesn't matter. Tell them where you stand and why it matters to you. And don't hesitate to ask your county commissioner how they're checking in on the disabled, or asking your state rep if they've shared your community's concerns with your U.S. Senator. Remember, they all work for you, so put them to work. Secondly, get involved locally. Join a protest, volunteer to support a community that is particularly vulnerable right now, support a grassroots group in your area. Change starts with us showing up, so let's get to work. And then third, let's do some good. Not only have they waged a war on books, they are now waging a war on independent businesses. So if you're interested in reading any of the books I mentioned today, purchase them at a local bookstore. If there isn't a local option near you, or if you just prefer the convenience of online shopping, check out small businesses that operate online like Octavia's Bookshelf. Listen, guests like Rachel Maddow remind us that we've got work to do and that work matters. And so we need to know what we face so we can fight back. So I'd like to reach even more people who are interested in knowing more and who want to pitch in as we fight for a fair America and the world we deserve. And you can help me by sharing an episode of Assembly Required with someone who may not know we're here. Remember to hit subscribe on all of the places that carry our show, including Apple, Amazon, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. And if you like what you hear, rate the show and leave a comment. And please continue to tell us what you've learned and solved or what you want to hear about next. You can send an email to assemblyrequired@cricket.com or leave us a voicemail. And you and your questions and comments might be featured on the pod. Our number is 213-293-9509. Remember, we can fix what they're breaking, but there will always be some assembly required. So I'll meet you here next week.